Yap, Source Gang, Yap Gang in the building. Y'all know how we rocking, man. We back with a special episode. Does Vocab Malone deal with genetics? That's the question. We got my brothers here. My brother Sean Michaels in the building. Shalom, brother. Introduce yourself to the people.
Shalom, shalom. Sean Sayer Harris here. Yeah.
Yap. We got our brother Orthodox Moore in the building. Shalom.
Shalom, family, peace and blessings. Yeah.
And we got the savant from the Levant, Avery. Talk to us, man.
Shalom, shalom, everyone. Yeah.
All right, so we got a question to answer here. Does Vocab Malone deal with genetics? I'm gonna step back and let my brothers unpack this whole thing because there's video footage and video evidence of Vocab and his statements. So with no further ado, you brothers explain to the people what's going on.
Yeah, I'll take it real quick and pass it to Ibri. So in March of this year on Debate Talk for You, Vocab Malone participated in a hot seat segment to where Ibri had two, I think, 8-minute segments where he was able to talk to Vocab about genetics, etc. And it almost turned into a hot seat on Ibri. Like Vocab didn't really answer too many questions and started asking Ibri a whole bunch of questions and whatnot. And so afterwards, many months afterwards, we have this debacle going on with Vocab and this channel Signs and Wonders and whatnot. And so this is a channel that I've been familiar with for a long time. And so I went back and covered a couple of videos with Vocab on there, one of which was him speaking to them about genetics and about the J marker, etc. And so during the course of the conversation with Ibri, again, this conversation that I'm talking about that I recorded from Signs and Wonders, that's from November of 2020. So there quite a bit of time passed from there to his conversation with Ibri. And when he was talking to Ibri, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ibri, he told you he didn't really deal with genetics like that, really?
Right. He said he doesn't really talk much about DNA or dig deep into DNA. He mostly deals with One West Camp and, Deuteronomy 28 and all that stuff. So I was kind of shocked now finding out that he does know a thing or two about, DNA, specifically with the Cohen modal haplotype. I think he did say in the discussion I had with him that he talked about the Cohen modal haplotype and knew a little bit about it, but it still didn't seem like he knew a ton until I watched this video that we're about to play after my video. So
yeah, and after even if he knew about it, it didn't seem like he was too willing to talk about what he knew about it. It seemed like he was more willing to turn the tables on you to find out what you knew about genetics.
Right. I agree. Like you said perfectly. It's just, it seems like he didn't know too much about DNA, didn't know too much about the Cohen modal. He was like trying to figure out what I knew and stuff like that. And so now I wish I had seen that video because I would actually pressed him on the Cohen modal haplotype. I would have had more questions for him concerning it. But I wish I seen that video.
Yeah, he didn't want to get turned into a Japanese hibachi meal.
Yeah, them Japanese meals is on point. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, so basically, my brother, he being PC, but basically, this brother got caught in a lie, man. If you make a statement saying you don't deal with something, and there's video evidence that you are dealing with that, or you have been dealing with that subject, and what else can we call that? That's a liar. That's mendacity. So whenever you brothers are ready, I can play the clips.
Yes, sir. You got the one from Debate Talk for You ready?
Yep.
So you got the timestamps in the private chat, right?
24-minute marker, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, I got you. First clip.
Guys, Vocab Malone and Gabir. Did I say that right?
Gabar.
Sorry, Gabar.
And yes, sir. All right. Hebrew of Israel, are you ready now? Are you ready?
Yes, sir. I am ready.
All right. So yes, sir. So as you heard the ding before, whenever your 8 minutes is up, that's when you'll hear that time, and then I will chime in and let you know when you have 2 minutes. Okay. All right, 8 minutes, and your time starts as soon as I drop out.
All right, so I have basically two questions for you, Vocab Malone, and one statement. So my first question is, are you aware of any Israelite channels on YouTube that teach DNA, such as, creating a model for the biblical table of nations by using Y-DNA haplogroups and languages?
I've got sent some links about some of those. So I know there's, I think, at least 4 that I'm somewhat aware of, including, I think, one guy who was a kind of an extensive blog, but I don't know the names off the top of my head. Those aren't the main types of things that I deal with, but it's interesting for sure.
Okay. So I'm an Israelite that teaches DNA, and me and a group that I'm a part of called YAP Gang, and YAP is basically the Y chromosome haplogroup DE. And in our model, we see haplogroup E as representing Shem, the biblical Shem. And because of this, we believe that the Israelites will be from the haplogroup E subclades. And with haplogroups being passed down from father to son, anybody can look like anything and have the same haplogroup. So in our group, we don't phenotype. Like, we recognize Ashkenazi Jews, Sephardi Jews, Mizrahi Jews, Yemeni Jews, basically Jews all over the world as being actual, Israelites based on the haplogroup E marker. And we don't really use things like Deuteronomy 28, or, like I said, Lamentations, meaning black unto the ground, stuff like that. We don't use that type of scripture. But yeah, so I just wanted to lay that out when it comes to me as an Israelite and some other Israelites out here, again, Yap Gang, that teach haplogroup E and study the genetic markers of.
You're
of Jewish
affiliated with
population.
Genesis 49ers, right?
Yes, sir, I am. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I've talked to him and seen some of his stuff, and I know there's a video that is I've seen on multiple channels. The white Hebrew Israelites torched by Yap Gang, right? Is that it?
Yeah, that was us actually going up against the British Israelism, which was kind of interesting.
Oh wow, the Anglo Israelite. Okay.
Yeah. but yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all. I was talking. I got a quick question. Avery or Orthodox Morning, anybody can answer this. Why did he pick that video to bring up out of all videos?
I think I know why. I think he was assuming we were talking about white Jews. That's just me, but that's what I think.
Oh, okay. Because I thought it was
just because he's been spying.
I thought it was because he was trying to paint the narrative that we're racist.
Oh, that too, yeah.
But you see the smirk on his face as Avery was talking, and then he said, "Oh, you run with those guys. You run with Genesis 49ers, huh?"
Yeah. He's got a video called "Torching White Hebrew Israelites."
Yeah, and he said it was on multiple channels, so it's kind of making me wonder, like, what multiple channels is he talking about? Because I know it's on your channel, but who else? Like, is somebody downloading them and uploading them to other platforms or something? Like if you go back a little bit.
I'm multicast on Yap World 77, Yashar's channel, and the Source Debate. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
So I don't know if he's referring to that or not. But I just find it interesting on all the videos that we have created. Like, he could, why he didn't bring up the video I did where black Jews and white Jews are related? Why not pick that video as an example?
Or the origins of Proto-Afro-Asiatics.
The origins of Proto-Afro-Asiatic, the E1B1B Israelites. I got a lot of videos dealing with the Jews of the Black Sea region, Southern Europe. I got a lot of videos dealing with that. You jump over all that and deal with the one that says white Hebrew Israelites torched by Yap Gang. I find that very interesting.
Yeah, that's why I said that was the discussion I had with the British Israelism guy. Like, I couldn't remember exactly which person I was debating, if it was Danoy or if it was the British Israelism, but I think that one was actually that British guy. Remember Jungle
Jargon? I remember you had that discussion with him. Yeah, that was crazy. All right, I'm gonna let it play, y'all.
Yeah. And I just wanted to know, if you was aware of groups like us talking about it, because we also have other like Jewish people part of our group, like the Yemenite Jew and Lithuanian Jew and stuff like that, people like that. So
Do you have explanations of how you came to the conclusion that E represents Japheth?
Shem.
I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Yes.
Oh, that's all good.
So just so the audience understands, typically people on the hot seat are not allowed to ask questions. And instantaneously, Gabar kind of let this slip, and I'm not hating on Gabar, you know what I'm saying? But like, as the host, we're not allowed to have the hot seat people ask questions. So immediately, Vocab turns this into a hot seat on Ibri. So I want y'all to pay attention to that.
So what I do is use language. So when it comes to the Afroasiatic languages, particularly Proto-Afroasiatic and Proto-Semitic, I've read various papers that basically illustrate that the Proto-Semites, the first Semites, the earliest Semitic population would have had haplogroup E. If you look into the Bayesian phylogenetic analysis of Semitic languages, which deals with the earliest formation of Semites, either they would have came from Africa or they would have originated indigenous in the Levant. And so in that time period, there would have been high markers of E. And there's actual papers that do say that pre-Proto-Semites or Proto-Semites would have carried E markers. So that's why I posit that the Israelites would descend from those populations and have haplogroup E.
And you believe that we can know who their descendants are?
Yes, and I kind of use the modern Jewish population to a certain extent to mark that, because 20% of Ashkenazi Jews have E and like 30% of Sephardi have E. So it's kind of interesting.
So what do you think the main significance, let's say an Ashkenazi or Sephardic has E, what does that mean for their spirituality, their relationship with God? What do you think is the application of that?
Oh, I do this mostly for like the understanding of the ancient world. Like I have a minor in history. So when it comes to like trying to figure out the ancient Near East, that's kind of why I do this. Also, genetically as well, why I do this, because I just like the ancient world. So I just like I just consider myself like Indiana Jones, I guess. But in terms of spirituality, of course, Yeshua or Jesus Christ. Obviously, he's more important. He's who you go through to be saved. But I do this side stuff, the history and the genetics for the fun of it, like connecting people and stuff.
So what are do you have any what are some of maybe the best papers or books that you think let's say we're going to get started looking at this, a person could read to understand the earliest Semites and their point of origin and their haplogroups? What are some of the maybe names or authors, something to refer to maybe?
Yeah, so I will look into a linguist professor by the name of Christopher Ehret. I will look into Edward
That
Lemsky. I
boy
would look
taking
into
notes.
the recent paper dealing with Semitic languages called the Bayesian phylogenetic analysis. Hold on, let me look up the exact title. It is the Bayesian phylogenetic analysis of Semitic languages identifies an early Bronze Age origin in the Levant. There's so many other people. Who else? S.O.Y. Kita. Who else? There's I might get this guy's name mixed up wrong a little bit, but
2 minutes.
Mitolvi. I have actually another question before
Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead. Yeah.
So the last question I have is so I said all of that to say earlier, and do you know Abu, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. So he said in the past that out of haplogroup E and haplogroup J, he sees really good evidence for haplogroup E being Semitic and Israelite, stuff like that. So I ask you, out of haplogroup E versus J, which one do you see best as being Shem or Semitic or Israelite, etc.?
With any kind of definitive certainty, I don't think we can make some kind of definitive statement on that. I think we can say there's ones that are more likely and less likely, and we can do what are called population studies. So, J is not just something that only those who identify in some way as modern day Jews or Hebrews have. It's heavily present in what are sometimes referred to as Arab populations, for example, which would make sense if there's some kind of relation there. And then, I think I think the potential blood descendants of Aaron is also, Cohen modal. I think that's an interesting area of study too. But even though I think it's interesting, I haven't got into it as deep as some of the other stuff, primarily because the relationship to
Please pause that. Please pause that.
I don't think this is as clear with that as some of the other issues.
He just said that he doesn't get that deep into this, right? So we're going to see a whole presentation he does on this.
Yeah, I was shocked by that statement. Looking back at it now, man, I wish I saw that video.
So he should have had a whole conversation and dialogue with you about DNA here.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, I wish I saw that, because I would have liked to have that dialogue. I would have liked to been able to explain why the J marker is among the coename the way it is, and also talk about the E version of the coename, which in the video that y'all are about to see after mine, nobody brings up the E coename among the Samaritans. But I'll wait and we'll get to that video here in a second. So, but yeah.
And I do think there's some real ambiguity, so I know people make arguments, but a lot of times it's incredibly circumstantial, especially when they're trying to tie in linguistics to genetics. I think there could be some troubling aspects to that methodology. So, I mean, I'd love to look at more of what you have, but,
Oh, wait a minute. What are the troubling aspects? What is he talking about, troubling aspects?
Yeah, I'm kind of confused.
He can't figure it out. That's why. Yeah, well, he can't figure it out. That's why. We already elucidated, the linguistics and all of that with Shemites. So
it's kind of funny. People make that argument. Oh, like when we talk about how haplogroup E is connected to Afro-Asiatics and Proto-Semites, people love making the argument, oh, you can't use language to really connect these haplogroups and stuff. But then when it comes to Niger-Congo people and Bantu people, people love saying, oh, you're E1B1A, you're Bantu. Bantu isn't Semitic. Bantu isn't Hebrew. Niger-Congo isn't Semitic. So it's like, what?
Which one is it? Yeah, that's a double standard.
Japanese meals for everybody.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he looked at DNA and he found some DNA that was troubling to him. Maybe some nigga DNA.
But look at it this way though. Like, so he's laying the foundation. He's lightweight, and he's like, yeah, look at Jay. I mean, you can find it in the Arab populations, and you would expect to see that, or the Cohen modal haplotype's an interesting place of study. But I don't get into it. Like, so he's already dropping the two. Like he's dropping Jay hard. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
All right, so let me get to the next clip.
Real quick. And Ibri was saying that Abu was saying that there's some evidence for E or whatnot. Abu has since come out publicly and said on his channel that he believes that he's, in terms of E and J, he is now leaning more towards E than J.
My yap brother. That's my yap brother. Okay. Shout out to Abu.
Yeah.
Shout out to Abu.
That as well. He told us that as well. Well, a couple of times on because I pressed him on the question on Clubhouse once, and he basically said exactly what you just said.
But that's why you gotta respect the boo, right? Because the boo would like so he would, when you're right, he'll agree with you. When you're wrong, he's like, nah, I don't rock with that, and I'll give you the reasons why I don't rock with it. But when you're right, I'll even publicly say I agree with you. Here it is, blah 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 blah.
Right.
Yeah, I actually would like to have you on my show one day to talk about genetics and whatnot, Table of Nations, showing everybody on the world today descending from Noah from a biblical standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, well, of course, I agree with you. Everybody alive today had to have descended from the line of Noah. He's sort of a second Adam in that way. I'm not saying the Bible calls him that, but I'm saying, that's a reality. Noah and his 3 sons, and of course the wives. Yeah, that's true. Rob, what is the last name? Now I'm forgetting his name, but he works for CMI, Creation Ministries International. Dr. Rob, and I'm having trouble remembering. He has a great talk on Noah and the daughters of Eve, and gets into DNA that I think is really a really helpful lecture. It's on YouTube, I believe, but I also have the DNA, or at least clips are on YouTube. But that's really, it might be Rob Carver, but don't quote me on that. I know it's Dr. Rob something, but yeah, there's some good stuff there.
Are you familiar with Dr. Nathaniel Jansen from Answers in Genesis?
He's an AIG guy that I know less than some of the others, but I've seen his name on the website and in their literature.
He has a very interesting model that I like. So basically with his models that he sees with the haplogroups that there could be 3 ancestral nodes, and that these 3 nodes could represent Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and all of humanity descending from those 3 ancestral nodes, rather than the phylogenetic tree, the secular phylogenetic tree of evolution. Either way, whether it's the phylogenetic tree or the 3 nodes, I think the 3 nodes are very interesting to look into.
Well, I mean, it does sound interesting. I just got, now I haven't been able to explore it much, answers.tv. They started a streaming service, and I just got it last Monday, or last Monday. And so I want to check out some of the stuff in there. They have some fascinating stuff on there. But yeah, I mean, I like, a lot of people don't like AIG. I do like AIG. I've been to the Ark Museum and the Creation Museum, and I like a lot of the stuff they do. So I mean, I'd love to learn more about whatever it is you're saying. I know he has a book, Traced. I still need to get that, though.
Yeah, it recently came out. He published a book.
Yeah, Human DNA's Big Surprise, but I have not got it. But I don't even know if it's shipping yet. But I know it's like brand new. But anyways,
I mean, digital version.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that stuff's interesting. It seems like if you are saying in public that you believe some of the Ashkenazi and Sephardic are actually descended from Jacob, seems like you'd be getting a lot of pushback.
Oh, you do not believe the type of pushback I get.
Yeah, so
especially recently with certain Israelites. I probably shouldn't name the groups, but
yeah, it seems like you would be really receiving a lot of less than kind comments, because I don't think that's something that a lot of Hebrew Israelites would really be.
Oh, I have, and I've been called, like folks have said, my mom's Ashkenazi. People have called folks in my group mamzers, and oh, you're actually white and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I could see that being the case. Somebody's saying stuff like that, because once you say that you think there are Ashkenazi and to a lesser extent Sephardic who might actually have like actual Semitic from Jacob DNA, I don't think that'd be a very popular position if you're including them.
Yeah, because basically what I see is that I think that both groups could be true, and that both groups could share an ancient ancestor despite how we look. I kind of want to see a connection between both African Americans that claim to be Israel. Of course, I don't believe every single African American is, but I believe some of us are, and I do think that there is a ancient genetic connection between the two peoples.
What do you think of I know that they don't like the term, so I'll only say it once, but Falasha.
Beta Israel.
Yeah, what do you think of? What's your general stance on that?
Yeah, so I've read their basic story, them being descendants of the tribe of Dan, and that's pretty interesting. So yeah, I can see them as being Israelites. I know they're haplogroup; they have a lot of A, but still,
Yeah, I was wondering what you thought of it genetically and how that would work with some of your other models.
Well, here's how I kind of look at things. So when it came to the Israelites and the mixed multitude, when everybody was at Sinai, you technically could have all types of haplogroups in that point. And once everybody was given, the law, and you was put under that, was
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
When you was put under that coat of, I guess, multiple colors, or the Mosaic law. It didn't matter really what haplogroup you have. You technically could descend from an ancient, I guess you say, proto-Israelite population. So the A markers and the J markers and the E markers, you could have had those 3 haplogroups there since the Exodus would have took place possibly in the late Bronze Age, where you would have had E, J, and A in that location of Egypt/Levant region.
What do you think of the Limba and some of their DNA evidence?
Yeah, the Limba are very interesting as well. They're diverse, so they have haplogroup J, haplogroup T, haplogroup E, a couple of different E's, E-M2, E-M35. So with them being very diverse like that, it makes sense that they'll descend from Middle Eastern populations, Israelite populations.
The Igbo, that's a controversial one. What do you make of their some of their claims and haplogroups?
Yeah, so the Igbo are also interesting. They mainly have E1B1A, of course. But what's interesting about the Igbo is their autosomal DNAs, particularly their raw DNA data, what's deep in their ancestry. And what we do see is that there is an ancient Levantine component deep within their genes, specifically a Bronze Age Levantine component, as well as a Neolithic one. And so I think that, there's definitely something there coming from the Levant. No way you can just get these genes out of nowhere. And did you want to say something?
Well, it seems like, based on what you're saying, I could see someone like you disagreeing with a lot of the 12 tribes chart inclusion with some of the people in the 12 tribes chart.
Yeah, the 12 tribes chart makes no sense. I mean, Native Americans have haplogroup Q.
All right, the Hebrew of Israel, that is.
Yeah, that was a terrible job. I'm sorry. Like, Avery, you were on the hot seat, brother. Not
Yeah.
100% Avery was on the hot seat.
Yeah, next time, like, I'm gonna have him on my show, and next time I'm gonna press him.
Well, if there is the next time, bro, I don't think Vocab's gonna touch football after this.
Avery, you're too nice, yeah.
If I had known that he knew about the J marker, though, I would have pressed him on that. Like, I would have been like, so where does J come from? Where's the homeland of Afro-Asiatics, and how is J, Semitic and all? If I had known, I thought he gave the impression that, he didn't know DNA.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. I thought the same thing.
Yeah, it's like there's no point in really asking him DNA questions if he doesn't know DNA. But now that I know that he knew, it's like, man.
Yeah, so I'll take the L on that one, because I should have been in the loop enough, because like I said, I've been aware of that channel. I was keeping up with it because I knew Vocab was going on it before, right? Me and Anonymous and Gideon had been on it before, when Vocab was there, right? So I didn't know until recently, until just this last week, that he did that video on genetics. I was like, oh, word? So I threw it up. I was like, yeah, Avery, take a look at this. He was like, oh, really? Like, so you can see when I'm reviewing the video, I don't talk about genetics much. I just say, you know what, I'm gonna let Yap take this. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna rip this apart.
Hey,
yeah, I saw. Yeah, go ahead,
Avery.
Yeah,
answer this woman.
Where is it? Wait, hold on. We have more than 2 haplogroups. Does she mean that she does? Because a man can carry, the X, he has the X and Y chromosome, so yeah, he's going to have a Y DNA, MT DNA. But a woman is only going to have the MT DNA. So when she says we, is she talking about females or is she talking about males?
She said more than 2 haplogroups.
Wait, she said more than 2. Wait, hold on. Oh, I didn't read that question.
Yeah, no, there's a whole, see, this is the whole thing now with the you know what I'm saying, the Iceman Israelite twins and some other people, is that they're pushing my tree ancestry as if it's the end all be all of things, and they're misrepresenting the information on my tree ancestry to where people can think that they can have multiple haplogroups.
Oh, they're reading that little section in my tree.
Yeah, it's
only a little. Go ahead.
No, like we really got to start reviewing the DNA websites, so people can start understanding what they're looking at and what it actually means or whatnot. Because like otherwise, you're gonna have people who don't know thinking you can have multiple haplogroups. Man.
Yeah, I'm gonna around September, October. I'm gonna look at those DNA companies like My True Ancestry. And
we got to do it before then, because that's when they start doing like the.
I was about to say the same thing. That's too long. We got to do something.
Yeah,
She's got 12% of haplogroup 8.
Wait, She said that.
Do you see what I'm saying? That's my
Oh,
tree
man.
ancestry right there. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Do
she's
y'all want to
misinformed.
tackle this tonight or tackle that tomorrow when it comes to this mitral ancestry stuff? I mean, we can touch on some
One
of this
of her
right now.
mtDNA is H. Okay. Sis, we're gonna do I hope maybe one day, I don't know, when everybody's free, but real soon, within the next few days, we're gonna break some of this stuff down for you guys, you know, that are novice to this. So hopefully you stay tuned. You know, yeah, subscribe and hit the alert button so this way when it happens, you in the house.
Yeah, we might have to start giving out some Yap Gang assignments just to make sure we get all these joints covered right quick. You know what I'm saying? We got to break down all the before like the discounts start coming out for the holidays or whatnot. We got to break it down for people. You know what I'm for real? Because we got grown people like Hebrew. We got grown people with children and grandchildren buying this stuff for their children and grandchildren, thinking that you can have multiple haplogroups, bro. This is becoming normalized in the so-called moderate community. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, not our community, the moderate community.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Like, even if you think about it, just using logic, like it's only my true ancestry that has that little section that talks about it. But if you take 23andMe, it doesn't give you multiple haplogroups.
You know, they're pushing like, okay, so Benai just did a video on my ancestry, like this is how you use it, blah blah blah. I feel bad because I was using it before them. I was like, oh no, like I started a whole like, man, like this is like I feel bad because like I was using it way before they were. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody showed me about it. I made a bunch of videos about it, and they use the same open source stuff that GEDmatch uses. So they have it like they try to make it like a one-stop shop. You know what I'm saying? And it's real sensitive. Yeah, but and they use the same calculator for MDLP, but they switch it up just a little bit. So like again, it throws limba out there, etc. And it's real Afrocentric in how we can do things with our DNA, etc. But it again, and again, they're a website that they explain to you that they use ancient DNA samples, but like sometimes they're degraded DNA samples, so they just use as much as they can of it. So like for instance, like they don't tell you like if you're African American, everybody's going to come up in 900 AD Cordoba, Spain, because
it's just an E1B1A sample.
It's not,
like how
it's not even E1B1A, it's an E1B sample, fam.
Oh, E1B, okay.
Bruh, you feel what I'm saying?
I mean, it's just like how we all match up with Ramses the Third.
Right. So sis, please don't be insulted.
Ramses.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Pam Graham. Sis, please don't be insulted or feel that we're trying to insult you. We're not. It's just that you know, this stuff is we're gonna have to straighten some of this stuff out. Just stay tuned, sis. All right. Please don't be offended.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with you in any way, shape, or form. There's the people that are putting out information who know that they're playing games with the information, and they're not being straight with the people that's listening to them.
Maybe this week or next week we can do a video kind of titled like how to use my true ancestry or something like that. I was going to do that, like I said, around October, September, but I'll do that on my channel. Maybe on Yusuf's channel we can do it sooner, a lot sooner, if it's cool with him.
Yeah, because we're having a whole information epidemic right now. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've been watching videos from a certain YouTube channel, and you know, I've been wanting to say stuff, but I just
like Abu was just covering one from the We Woke Now people to where like you know what I'm saying, like again them and Benai are making it seem like you can have multiple haplogroups. Like this is why the limba can be J and we can be E and blah 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 blah, because we're like okay, like,
multiple haplogroups. Well,
they create a rescue device.
Yeah,
we're trans haplogroup.
But they have to, right? Because of what was the information you were just putting out, Yushu, right? Is the fact that 30% of African Americans are not E. You know what I'm saying? Right. It's not happening. You know what I'm saying? So when you got people like the Teo twins who are using the GED, so just understand this, people. Like, so understand why they went from GEDmatch to my true ancestry, because when they were using GEDmatch, the Teo twins had to lie and chop off the bottom part of their MDLP matches so that you didn't see Ashkenazi. You know what I'm saying? They both stopped at 19 and they give you 20 searches on the joint, right? And so I compared their DNA, and I was like, yeah, this is what they're not showing you. They're not showing you that they're both connected. Even with them, they're connected with Ashkenazi. So my transfer uses the same open source information that is used to build GEDmatch and their different projects, specifically the MDLP World Match. And they use that for their base for their my transfer, but they only give you 7 matches versus 20. So there's no chance of the Ashkenazi one popping up for them. So they think like, oh yeah, check out my mind transfer, check out my mind transfer, and look at this, I'm this percentage E. I'm just check this out, family. So you can now be G, you can be I, you can be all kind of stuff. But if you go to my trans, hey, I can trick you into thinking you're 55% E, you're majority E. There you go, blah blah.
Oh man.
This is we're laughing, but this is the game being sold right now, fam. And people are buying it hook, line, and sinker because they don't know no better.
But if you take any other DNA test like 23andMe, Family Tree, DNA, what else? CRI Genetics, all those other DNA companies, when you have a haplogroup, you only have one haplogroup. You're not going to have 50 different haplogroups. So obviously, when it's saying all that stuff in mitoid ancestry, it's not talking about you having different haplogroups. It's talking about something different.
Like, yeah, mitoid ancestry works on autosomal DNA.
Exactly.
Right? And so they're giving you percentages of like the people with your autosomal DNA have this, most likely majority have this particular haplogroup.
Mm-hmm.
It's not what you think, family. It's not what you think. But the people who are telling you this understand what we're saying. And if they don't, we really need to have a conversation because they're saying stuff like E1A is the same as E1B1A.
Oh my goodness.
You feel, man, you remember I showed you that, Ibri?
It was okay, yeah, you did.
And if they're saying that the Natufian DNA is like is E1B1A, etc.
Oh yeah, there's no Natufian with E1B1A, yeah.
Yeah, there's a whole information epidemic we got to address. But before we do that, we gotta move forward. You know what I'm saying, on breaking down. I'll let y'all break down like I said I was going to. I'll let y'all chop and screw the whole coverage of what G-Con and Vocab was educating Signs and Wonders on in November 2020 about the Kohinomoto haplotype.
Wow.
Where was this video? Who had this video? What channel should I say?
Signs and Wonders. It's a Canadian.
His channel. Okay. Yep. Isn't he like a white supremacist?
Yeah. And the question becomes like, so Vocab was marketing this guy as not a Christian. And so if this guy is not a Christian, why is Vocab going on? So Vocab did this video before he ever did his video with him about Calvinism, right? Like, so he was marketing the Hebrew Islam thing like 3-4 videos with this guy before he ever did a video about Christianity. You know what I'm saying? So if he's not a Christian and you're spending 3 videos trying to talk about Hebrew Israelite stuff, but you're not talking about Christianity, like, so what are you doing right now? What's the angle right now? Like, are you marketing right now, or are you giving out the gospel? Which one's happening?
Is this the same dude, Will? Is he the same guy from the same guy from Signs and Wonders? Is he the same guy that they was getting on Sister Cherry about? Maria and them was getting on Sister Cherry
about? The one in very same.
Okay.
Shout out to Nod and Nick.
Is it a specific marker, or are we going to go through the whole clip?
I can't remember. I think I started at the beginning when I watched it because I saw the whole video.
So, just fast forward till you see Vocab on the screen. Economy picture getting paid for people on a consistent basis through the lens of urban apologetics. And so that's something I'm going to try to talk about real quick. And so y'all see what it is on the title and whatnot. Earlier, I was talking about Signs and Wonders and the fact that they're kind of being unofficially mentored by people like Vocab and whatnot, and picking up a lot of what they get from Vocab. And so something that's very intriguing is Vocab tries to stay out of the genetics conversation in terms of the people I know, because the people I know are real serious about genetics. But Vocab likes to jump into the genetics conversation with so-called BHIs because they don't deal with the genetic component of things. And so for people like Nick who don't know any better, and for people like Joe, like so on the previous live stream, Joe and Nick were denied, like literally in denial of the fact that there could be any West African Israelite presence. And Vocab is saying nothing to clear this up. So on top of that, I want y'all to see what Vocab is saying about Israelite genetics to these people and what he's not clearing up. I want to be very clear about that, because there's Israelites who do deal with genetics that Vocab is very well aware of and has been aware of for a very long time. And so I'm going to keep saying Vocab knows better. Vocab knows better. Vocab's choosing to paint this false dichotomy by not giving all the sides to the position, all sides to the issue, whatnot, all positions that they're equal-eyed, whatnot. Particularly to young people in the game like Nick, who don't know much about apologetics or whatnot, who look to people like Vocab as like the godfather of the Hebrew Israelite concept, or the apologetics going to them and whatnot. And so it's really important that people like Vocab paint a proper picture and at least be upfront about their biases and whatnot. So I'm gonna play the video. Let y'all hear what it is, and I want to see y'all. Let me know if y'all hear Vocab touch on Afro-Asiatic genetics in this whole thing, right? So, for instance, a lot of people who watch this channel, who watch Yap, who watch a lot of other channels like Genesis 49, they're familiar with the Natufian conversation. They're familiar with concepts of certain West African DNA being found in the Levant, etc., or amongst all Jewry, etc. Those kind of things don't get brought up. And that nuance is important because people like Nick and Joe are walking away understanding, or with the understanding, that there's no Israelite presence in West Africa, historically or genetically or anything like that. So when my man Gideon in the previous video was saying, don't call me a black Hebrew Israelite, I find that racist, etc., please call me just an Israelite or a son of Israel, whatever. My man Joe said, no, I'm going to call you a black Hebrew Israelite because I reject your claim of what you're trying to prove. I reject your claim of what you're trying to prove. And when Gideon said that there was historically Israelite presence in West Africa, Joe said, well, there's nothing in the scriptures that proves that. And asked my man to prove this stuff, right? And then threw it on Vocab. And Vocab didn't want it again. And when that conversation came up with Anonymous, Vocab didn't want to touch that, which was not fair to people like Nick and Joe, because they need to hear that argument. They need to hear, what does it sound like when someone makes a cogent argument for the historical presence of Israelites in West Africa and a cogent argument for the genetic signature thereof? A cogent argument, like a clear argument for such. But Nick and Joe aren't hearing that. They're getting half of a false dichotomy, which is it's sad because we're seeing the fruits of that. It allows people who want to look down on people and be exclusionary. It allows them to jump in this apologetics game. Like, I'm not down for skin doctrine at any level, on either side. At either side. I get on Israelites for that junk, right? I get on Christians for that stuff, or Gentiles, however you want to look at it, right? I get on Muslims for that. I get on atheists for that. I'm equal opportunity when it comes to skin doctrine. I'm equal opportunity when it comes to pointing out racial insensitivities and people being tone deaf to the concepts. But this is something that people really need to take stock in. So if Vocab Malone is going to drive this car of Hebrew Israel, like he runs this thing, right? Like he's the top dog. Then my G is he has the responsibility of making the arguments clear as to what everybody believes in this thing, right? Now, for his model, he likes to focus on the so-called one Westers, and tries to pigeonhole everybody into that concept when nobody's looking. But when people like Anonymous or me or Zadok or someone else shows up who can keep him accountable, he switches up, but doesn't tell the people he's switching up. So like when Anon comes on, he starts calling Anon a Hebrew Israelite. He doesn't call him a BHI. But he also doesn't correct Joe when Joe's like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna call you a BHI, even though you don't want to be called one. I'm gonna call you that because I'm gonna call you that because I reject your claim out of hand. So that's on the doctrinal side. Now we're gonna get on the scientific side about the genetics and see what kind of information is coming out from this, right? It's coming out from Vocab to Signs and Wonders and what they're understanding and how that plays into how they understand who the real Jews are. Because on the one hand, he'll say that Nick will say, "Oh, I believe Jews can be all colors," but then again, they don't believe that Jews could be West African. They can be any color, but they can't be West African. Let's find out if Vocab gives any credence to their belief on that, or if he gives them information that counters their belief on that. Hold on real quick. Y'all know what it is.
Okay, guys, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for waiting patiently. We have with us again Vocab Malone, and he brought G-Con with him, so that's awesome. Dr. Joe up in the corner is going to be hanging out and listening, and I'm basically just going to be keeping time and stuff like that. So, yeah, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you, Vocab, G-Con, Joe, and I think we're going to talk about genetics tonight. If anybody would like to join the show, I'll put my email in the chat, and I'll give you guys a link, and later we can have some people come on and talk. All right. So yeah, Vocab, go ahead, man. I'll let you take it away and start a little opening.
Well, first, I just want to say shout out to G-Con. I feel like it's been a while since we've done something together, man.
Yeah, it's been a little minute. What's going on, brother?
Nothing much. We always talk in the back chat though. And yeah, shout out to Pastor Joe and Nick. Thanks. Real quick, before we kind of present some stuff, G-Con, can you tell people where to find your stuff, so they know where you are and all that?
All right, so you can go check me out. Type in G and then consciousness. It's not spelled with a C, it's spelled with a K. Or Google me, and I should pull up, and it'll point me back to my YouTube page. That's one of the best ways you can find me. Or, just type in LaRon Campbell on Facebook, and you can find me, you know what I'm saying?
Or you could just go in my description, guys. I'll put a link to his channel right in this video too. So, and same with Vocab's channel. And
All
Joe,
right.
you don't have a YouTube channel, do you?
I do. It's under my name, Joe Y. Ross.
Do you want me to link it in the description?
No, not unless they come in to listen to sermons, because I've already been called an Esau, Edomite on there.
Yeah, that's why I haven't, guys. I've had a few people say, "How come you don't have Joe's link in there?" And it's like they're saying I'm being rude or something. It's like because he doesn't want it linked in there. So
Come listen to the sermons, Metro Praise International. Other than that, leave that stuff right here.
cool.
Yeah, I understand that. That's all right, Pastor Joe. One day, probably none of us will have YouTube channels anymore. You know what I mean? In the sense that they'll kick us all off, probably. But anyways, all right. Well, G-Con's really he talked about genetics and stuff a lot. He's really good on it, and has spoken on it a lot. And it's always good to hear him. And I haven't talked that much about the genetic issues really in public yet. With too much, as far as too much. Tonight we're gonna kind of do that a little bit. G-Con and myself, we're gonna basically just present some things together, real casual, and then at the end talk to whoever wants to talk to us about it. Obviously, including the host and co-host of the show. So with that, I'll say a few things here, and then G-Con, obviously, whenever he wants to say whatever he wants to say, I step back and let him say whatever he would like to say. So let's talk a little bit about the issue of Jewish DNA or Jewish genetics. And this is not something that I was trying to jump into as a Christian apologist, but part of the challenge is whenever you discuss all the important things you want to discuss, a lot of Hebrew Israelites, unfortunately, they want to discuss other things. You know, you trying to discuss the Bible is what I mean. And then they want to discuss genetics. And then if you avoid it, it's like, oh, well, that's because you don't have the truth or something like that.
What do you call it? What do you call it, vocab? Hebrew
I
hopscotch?
use Hebrew hopscotch a little more particular. It's when they can't stay in a passage. So it's not just their tendency to have ADHD. I have another term for that. I call it ADHD, and I call it attention deficit hue disorder. So no matter what you're talking about, they talk about color, attention deficit hue disorder. But Hebrew hopscotch is where they will not stay in a passage with any depth. They'll read part of a verse and then jump to some other verse without really going through the flow of a passage. Like, I've never seen anyone be able to walk a Hebrews like all the way through Romans 9 through 11 and sit in it, you know? So that's a Hebrew hopscotch idea. So let's talk a little bit about this Jewish DNA and all that. Okay, so for some reason, the Hebrew Israelites have this thought, this attitude that it's not just that they need to be Israelites themselves. They need to be considered Hebrew themselves. For whatever reason, it's like they think that the pie is only so big. And what I mean by that is they have to likewise take away the piece of the pie of most modern claimants to any type of modern Jewish identity. It's not just they want in, they want people out. And it's funny because I hold a covenant theology, which I know everyone does.
And that right there is the issue. And I said this before. We don't have to truncate someone's ancestry to validate our own. We don't have to eliminate someone else's ancestry to validate our own. But here's the thing, vocab: the group of people that you're talking about, which is the Ashkenazi Jews, they do the same damn thing. And this is what we were talking about on Clubhouse. BHI racism is Jewish racism. It's the same thing, where they act as if it's exclusive. It's exclusive to them. The identity is exclusive to them, and anybody on the outside are pretty much having to submit to that party that has the real identity, while everybody else are fake or are imposters or have to come under their wing and accept them. So it's the same attitude. Wish you would point that out on both directions.
Doesn't, like GCON doesn't, as far as that kind of progressive covenant theology. However, they'll accuse like someone like me of replacement theology. But Hebrew Israelism is really the ultimate replacement theology. It actually is replacement theology, not just using that as a slur, which is kind of the way they used to describe my position and people like me, because they're literally saying, hey, it ain't none of y'all. It's us, right? And so let's go and look at some issues about some Jewish genetic studies. And I'm going to start with two key studies here. And these are very fascinating studies that were done. I'm going to give you the sources, and then you'll be able to find the links as well for yourself. And this is in relationship to something called the Cohen modal haplotype. Sometimes in the literature, you will see what I'm talking about here abbreviated as CMH, Cohen modal haplotype. And here, I'm going to bring up some Bible verses in a second, so I'm going there right now. Okay.
Bro, did he say modal?
Yeah, he
tripping?
did. I don't know why he said modal.
Yeah.
Hey, vocab is model. Cohen model haplotype, not modal. But as you guys can see in the video prior to this that we shared with you guys, he clearly stated that he doesn't get into the DNA, but he's about to open up papers. He's about to read about the Cohen model haplotype, but he don't get into DNA. He don't deal with DNA. It's clear that this guy was lying.
Let me have those. I want to have those on deck. Okay. And so here we are looking at two studies. Now, it's estimated that out of 7 million Jewish 50,000.
Goes up. Do you have? Do you want to share your screen maybe so the people can see it or no?
Not yet. Maybe when I do
Okay.
some other stuff later. So
Okay.
yeah. Not. I don't have
No
anything
problem.
necessarily yet. But thank
Oh,
you.
I thought you were just reading something off the internet there.
Well, I have notes, but I don't have like a. I don't have like a PowerPoint. I'm not.
That's a
and I
no,
have,
no.
like, these are my
You know, we
own
don't
sort of
play it over
shorthand
here.
notes, so it wouldn't
It's all
make
good.
sense to most.
You better present
Most
your
people trying to look at
information
it.
over
But 5%, 7 million Jewish males are considered Kohanim, and that's the plural of Kohen, and that just basically means of the priestly line. It means descended from Aaron, and there's about 350,000 males that have that. So this is passed through the paternal side, the male descendants directly. And there's some stats that will give you lower, like maybe 2 to 3, but it's somewhere in that range, 2 to 5%, which would be about 7 million. And here's how some of that come about. This is very interesting. So previous generations of historians did not really have access to, in a manner speaking, the history book that everybody carries around inside themselves, which is their genes. Historians did not have access to this prior. Now historians who want to talk about some of these questions, asking certain questions about population groups, have access. And this really began, you begin to see this really in the 90s, especially the late 90s. And now you'll find this whenever it's necessary, historians interacting with genetic evidence, genetic questions. And it's a fascinating thing that's emerged. So the first paper I'm going to refer to that's based upon a study is from Nature, prestigious British journal there. Volume 385, January 2nd, 1997. The title of this is Why Chromosomes of Jewish Priests by Michael F. Hammer. He's down there in Tucson, Arizona,
So he goes directly to Hammer's work in 97, where Hammer pretty much was, flirting with the idea that there was something called a monocoin haplotype, and he based it off of people that claimed to be Kohen. Claim to be priests and say, oh, they all have a commonality of having JP58 is what he's about to bring out. So notice the date of the paper, how old the paper is, 97, and he's going to Hammer's work. And someone also said Jewish people don't look to DNA to confirm themselves. Hammer, he pretty much did that in his paper and gave the hypothesis of these people being Aaron. The problem is, if Aaron had JP58, then all of his brothers would have to have JP58. It wouldn't just be specific to the priest. But we're going to let this video play.
Poor Tucson. That's our second biggest city, but it's a sad, dusty town. Carl Skrorecki and Robert Bradman. They took 188 Jewish males, and they contributed genetic samples. They were from England, Israel, and North America. And then they were out also, if they were contributors, they were asked to describe their background, if they were a Kohen, Levi, or an Israelite. And from the analysis of this, they wanted to compare people who describe themselves or thought in some way based upon their last name, for example, like Cohen or Rappaport. They wanted to compare that to other people who were considered to be Jews, compare the non-Cohen with the Cohen. And here's what's fascinating from this first study I'm talking about. 2 markers emerged. That's the study. That's it right there. 2 markers emerge from analysis of the Y chromosome markers. The first thing was this thing called YAP negative. YAP negative. It stands for Y chromosome allele polymorphism. It's an insert sequence. And since it's YAP negative, that title denotes the absence of it. So it does not have the Y chromosome allele polymorphism insert sequence because it's YAP negative. The second was something that was a microsatellite repeat marker called DYS19. And here's what's fascinating. Out of 98.5, the Kohanim, remember there's 188 for this particular sample size. 98.5 had YAP, which means which is a fascinating thing. And that's significantly lower than in non-Kohanim. Now, some of that sounds a little confusing. The point is, 2 things emerged that were different out of the Kohanim population from the larger.
Did you hear what he just said? Maybe I should pull this paper up while he's reading it. He don't know what he just. He don't even know what he just said, Sean.
I know. I got a couple of
Yeah,
papers later
it's
lined up.
our marker. That's our unique genetic marker, only given to those that are the descendants of DE.
So he's talking about the E Samaritans, not the J ones.
Yeah, when it comes to the majority of the Jews here. Let me pull this paper up and make sure he's reading it correctly.
Jewish population and things that some had and then things that didn't have. But they weren't going to stop there, right? So more research had to be done. And so there's a second research paper that I'm going to point you to. It's from July 9th, 1998, Nature, volume 394. The title of this is Origins of Old Testament Priests. Origins of Old Testament Priests. This is by Mark Thomas. Again, this man, Carl Skrokrecki, Chaim Ben Ami, Tudor Parfit, familiar name a lot of people know, Neil Bradman, and David B. Goldstein. And they found more information. Here's what they found in this. And this one, if you want to show this one on screen as well, it's Origins of Old Testament Priests, Nature, volume 394, be from July 1998. Origins of Old Testament Priests, Nature, volume 394. You should be able to find an abstract.
Your mic is open.
There. You may have to put a little more information, like put Nature or July 1998, something like that. Let's see what pops up. Or maybe the name. If you put like David Goldstein, Tudor Parfit, I believe I see it. I believe I see it right there. It looks like you see it right there. Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah,
from
okay.
that, here's what
There
they
we go.
found. And, you can look at these. We're showing you what they are. They found a particular array of 6 chromosomal markers. This particular array was in 97 of the 106 Kohanim tested. Now, this is important. I'm gonna stop here for a second to try to explain this. First of all, understand when we talk about the Cohen modal haplotype, sometimes people think, oh, that's like a gene. It's like the gene of Aaron. That's not what it is. It's a combination of neutral mutations that indicate a common lineage. Basically, it's not a Cohen gene. It's not the gene of Aaron. It's the Cohen genetic signature. And what's interesting about it is there are other Jews besides the Kohanim who have it, and Middle Eastern non-Jews who also carry it. So this is somewhat present in some Arab populations. So what does that show? This is really a marker of the ancient Hebrews. Most likely the marker of the shared patriarch. That's why this unique thing is in non-Jews who are of Arab descent as well, because they have a common patriarch there.
Can you pause that right
it's
there?
Preserved in higher percentages within.
Well, actually, let him finish saying that, and then pause it. I'm going to show you.
Kohanim. And here's why. If you could show on the screen Exodus
Shout out to
chapter
Nick hitting the vape pen again. You know what I'm saying?
15. Exodus.
All right, you can pause right there. He's. I think he's done. He's going to the scriptures now. I'm going to share my screen. So he said that that the Samaritan or the priestly CHM. I'm trying to position myself. Gene is seen in Arabs and seen in them, and this is how it's the lineage of the Hebrews and all that stuff. And of course, he's saying that it's a J marker. That haplo J is it. And I just want to read you all this because throughout the whole video, it doesn't really get into E being among the Samaritans. So I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to show you something else as well. All right, can you see? So I'm just going to underline, let me zoom in a little bit. By the way, this is on Wikipedia. If y'all want to ever type it in, Samaritans, and then just go to the section that says Y-DNA and mtDNA. And by the way, there are reference links, so you can just go to the actual study, like right here. And
I have the
right
study
here.
already loaded. I have
But
the
I'm just
study
gonna
loaded.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just letting you know I have it loaded.
But I'm just going to read this section right here. The priestly Kohen lineage from the tribe of Levi. So who is that? So it says right here, however, the biggest and most important Samaritan family, the Kohen family tradition tribe of Levi, was found to belong to haplogroup E. So they're not J, they're E. This article predated the change of classification of haplogroup E3b1-M78 to E3b1A-M78, and the further subdivision of E3b1A-M78 into 6 subclades based on the research of I always get his name mixed up. Kronicki, excuse me.
Cruciani.
Cruciani. Sorry, that must be Italian. But here, I'm gonna change the link one more time and go to this. So if you go on Wikipedia and type in, go scroll up at the top. Go on Wikipedia and just type in Y DNA haplogroups. Hold on, can y'all see it? Or am I in the Matrix?
No, I can hear you.
Okay.
Didn't I add your Did I add it to the screen?
Yeah, there it is. I see it now. Go on Wikipedia, type in Y DNA haplogroups in populations of the Near East, and on the side there's references for everything that you see. So what I want to show you is this. When it comes to haplogroup E, Samaritan tribe of Levi, 100% haplogroup E. Look at J, 0%. And he also talked about how Arabs, have J and stuff like that. Just want to point out, Arabs in Egypt, they have up to 68% E, all the way to 40% E. Arabs in the Jordan, the Dead Sea, 44.5% haplogroup E. Again, Arabs in the Jordan, and they only have like 15% J. Arabs in Egypt again. Let's see, Arab, Palestinian, Christians, 31%. Haplogroup E, right here in brown, only let me see, 9% haplogroup J, and then gets into various other populations. Assyrians, 22% haplogroup E, etc. Just when you get a chance, people that are watching, just scroll and look at a haplogroup E among Semitic populations.
Real quick, do the Ashkenazis have haplogroup E?
Yeah, let's look at them. So let's see. So Ashkenazis have 19.9% haplogroup E. Sephardic Jews have 19.2%.
And I see 22.6 as well there, or 20.8 for Jews Ashkenazi as well. For haplogroup E.
Where is it? Yeah, right.
Underneath
that's Assyrians. Those are Assyrians.
No, go up one.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, 22. My bad. And it's interesting, Assyrians have it too. But yeah, Ashkenazi Jews, Arabs in Oman, 23%. Because people like to talk about Arabs having J so much, and it's like, bro, they have E too.
Iranians, which is real interesting.
Yeah, Iranians and the Druzi, 18.8%, Lebanese, 18.8%, Arab Bedouins, 18.7%. So yeah, there's Middle Eastern populations with E. But the Samaritan Levites, 100% and 0 J. So just want y'all to keep that in mind. Yeah.
Well, yeah. On that one.
Can I share my screen real quick? I want to show the study for the Samaritan Jews. Y'all can see what's going on here. All right, I'm trying to figure out why it's not showing. Hold on for a second. I'm sorry. We'll come back to it. Let me try to reload it.
Hey, Sean, what's the sample size for that study you're going to bring up?
Hold on. I gotta look at it again. I think it's hold on. I think it's where is it? Sorry, fam.
You good?
While you getting that, watch me do this real quick. It ain't gonna take me long, Sean.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, because I'm still trying.
Watch me work. Watch this real quick. Just abolish this nonsense real quick. Sorry, yeah, we still alive. Sorry.
Made a whole different life, sis.
Yeah. Ashkenazic Jews and biblical Israelites have covered this entire book on my channel.
That's a dagger.
Page 42. In regards to this priestly claim that was brought up in 97, this is pretty much the axe to the roots to this argument. It says here, the simple fact that they found 21 different lineages among priests belonging to at least 3 different haplogroups, J, R, and E, make a single origin even for priests virtually impossible. Because remember, the argument is that these priests all come from Aaron. Well, they should all have what? Consanguinity, meaning they should all share the same haplogroup. They don't even share the same macro haplogroup. E, R, and J. Come on. We keep reading. It says one of the models Hammer et al. Suggests to explain the various lineages is a metapopulation in which semi-isolated communities maintain multiple coine lineages. So if you understand what Hammer brings out, he brings out that no, they don't all come from Aaron. This is actually a metapopulation. We keep reading. It says, I assume that the model operates within the Judean environment. There's a possibility, though, that some of the Jewish priests may have a Middle Eastern origin, but not related to the official priest as recognized by the kingdom of Judah, namely a non-related Canaanite priestly family appointed by the above-mentioned King Jeroboam I, Aber et al. 2017, investigating
Orients.
Exactly. Aber et al. Investigated ancient DNA from 5 Bronze Age individuals who lived in Sidon some 3,700 years ago. Sidon was a Canaanite city. They found 2 individuals with Y lineages J1, P58. That's the priestly Kohen model haplotype. And J2, M12, respectfully. These lineages are also carried by modern Jewish priests. Hammer et al. 2009. As mentioned before, King Ahab of the Northern Kingdom married a Phoenician princess, and a rural population in the north consisted also of Phoenicians. In 2008, Zaluya et al. Reported that J2 was a Phoenician associated lineage. It will be interesting to find out.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I just got to mention again, Israelites aren't Phoenicians and they're not Canaanites, separate population, but we see that they have J.
Exactly. It will be interesting to find out what the relationship is between modern Jewish priests with J1P58 and J2M12, and the Phoenicians, i.e., Canaanites, who had converted. These Canaanites in the priests with J1P58 and J2M12 may have been genetically similar.
And that right there, I'm sorry to cut you off again, but that right there shows why we posit E as being the Israelite haplogroup, because they cannot be J markers, because J is the Canaanites. And therefore, what's the other candidate? Well, that's E. And we even see it among the Samaritan priests, which even further pushes that as a better hypothesis for E rather than J.
Right.
Unless we go with the secular idea that Israelites are just a branch of Canaanites. But
exactly.
Right. So the sample size is 12 Samaritans. Remember, there's only 750. It's a small population of Samaritans left. 750, I believe. The sample size was 12 Samaritans compared to 463 Jews. So the sample size is pretty small. But I'm having a hard time sharing it. So
no,
maybe
12 out of like 700 is not a small sample size when you consider like
it's pretty decent.
Well,
yeah. Population.
Especially since they practice incest a lot.
If you're comparing like 450 like other Jews or whatnot to the total Jewish population, like 12 out of 700 something is not a bad sample size.
All right, I can't seem to share my screen, so I'm gonna send it to you guys. Somebody who let me send it to I'll send it to you. Shoot.
We just blew the whole video up.
Yeah, like they.
That's true too. Yeah.
They just murked the whole thing right off rip.
Not gonna be a long night. That's good.
Yeah. Vocab, if you're watching, JP58 is not exclusive to Aaron the priest. It never was. Nor did it arise in only Aaron the priest or whatnot. Whatever those claims are being made.
He will say that though, right? Like he will agree that it's a marker that shows up in neighboring populations and whatnot, right? Like so he won't just say it's exclusive to that, but he's definitely pushing towards it being the Israelite John.
Let me put it this way: J is not Semitic in origin.
It's not either, but the argument is that everyone that has JP58 traces back to Aaron. That's just silly.
Right.
Let me pull this video back up so we can watch the rest of it.
To cut off, I know you'll be able to follow up. You got all kinds of stuff, but anytime you want to be like, well, let me add something, you can, G-Con. If you,
yeah, for sure.
He's not muted or anything, is he? He's
go ahead.
Okay.
He muted himself.
Okay, I got you. I'll read this while you're going there. I got the ESV up.
Go to 15.
Exodus 40, verse 15. Anoint them. Well, actually, let me start just a tad bit here before here. Sure. Let me start like in verse. Let me start in verse 12. Then you shall bring Aaron and his sons to the entrance of the tent of meeting, and shall wash them with water, and put on Aaron the holy garments. And you shall anoint him and consecrate him, that he may serve me as priest. Here's the key. You shall bring his sons also and put coats on them, and anoint them as you anointed their father, that they may serve me as priests. And their anointing shall admit them to a perpetual priesthood throughout their generations. Now, stop there for a second. Theologically, to fully have a full grasp of this, because we got to put our Bibles together, old and new, we need to go to the book of Hebrews. Now, we're not going to go there now because that would take us sort of afield. But to understand how does a command or injunction like this function within our current context, which is a new covenant context, right? To understand that, Hebrews is key for that. Okay, it's very key. It literally specifically talks about this issue. But we see the command of Yahweh to Israel here, and it's important. Their anointing shall admit them to a perpetual priesthood. So this is Aaron and his sons. So this is passed on through the male line. And here's also what's fascinating. And we're not done with the results, but an interesting thing that shows is over the centuries, a relatively high rate of fidelity among the Jewish wives, or the wives, whatever they were, of
see, he's trying to connect
Aaron, or
the Cohen model haplotype with Aaron and his sons,
indicating that. Now they don't always, but they do sometimes, and it's fascinating. Sometimes they just have sort of stories passed down from their family. Sometimes they pan out, sometimes they don't. Right? That's what the testing here is about. But going back to the second study. Wait. But since you got the Bible up, let me show one other verse, because I'm trying to relate the science with why it's relevant. Could you go to Deuteronomy chapter 18? I'm sorry, you got the Bible up. We should probably go to this one other verse. Deuteronomy chapter 18. And
it's okay. I don't mind, bro.
Focus on verse 5, but I'll start reading before you get there. I'm going to start with verse 1, but focus on verse 5. The Levitical priest, all the tribe of Levi, shall have no portion or inheritance with Israel. That's fascinating, by the way, because that's saying that those who are Levites, these are the descendants of Aaron, right? They're not going to have a part of the land. That's interesting because the Hebrew Israelites got Levi and Haiti. They've got them part of the land. Now they might say, well, it's not in Israel, that's in the diaspora. Still, it's just weird. They should be spread out amongst them. You know what I'm saying? They shall eat the Lord's food offerings as their inheritance. They shall have no inheritance among their brothers. The Lord is their inheritance. And by the way, this shows really God's intention. This is really now the portion of all Christians. God is our inheritance through Christ. See, it's a beautiful thing there. Sometimes people miss that, right? And that's fascinating because the Bible says in 1 Peter that now we Christians are priests. From those offering a sacrifice, whether ox or sheep, they shall give to the priest the shoulder and the two cheeks and the stomach. Shoulder of an ox, that's a
So him explaining this Bible verse is not helping his claim. Let me do this real quick.
Yeah, because
we go to Hammerhead off.
About E. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is he really reading the Hammerhead all? Because even the first 1997.
I'm sorry. Actually, the study, where is it? It won't come up for me for some reason. I keep trying to share it and won't share. But a comment on the paper. It's a 2018 paper, I believe. 17 August accepted. The comment on the paper: extended Y chromosome haplotypes resolve multiple and unique lineages of the Jewish priesthood by M.F. Hammer, D.M. Duhar, T.M. Carfet, F.L. Mendez, and B. Hallmark. So it's talking about that particular paper. I'm trying to send it to you so you can show it, but it's not for some reason.
I got the paper here.
Which one?
Look at the screen.
Okay, hold on.
Exactly what you just read. because he's going to go to this. But if you read this, it has a claim here. The most frequent coeneme lineage, 46.1% is marked by the recently reported P58 mutation, which is prevalent in the Near East, right? We talks about the Ashkenazi and non-Ashkenazi coeneme and is remarkably absent in non-Jews, that JP58 marker. So you go down here to the subjects that they have here, and it tells you it traced to a common chromosome 2132 50 years ago, right? And they'll say, oh, that's Aaron. That's Aaron. This is the roughly corresponds to the period between the biblical exodus and the destruction of the first temple. However, the small numbers of YSTRs typed by Thomas et al. Produced a low-resolution CMH that was shared among many non-Jewish populations. Similarly, the few binary markers known at the time did not provide the phylogenetic resolution needed to infer the geographical origin of the CMH lineage. Also left unresolved is the paternal ancestry of the coeneme who do not carry Y chromosomes related to the CMH, leaving open the question of the number of founding lineages of the priesthood. Is he going to read this? I don't even know if he's going to even get this far, right? And that's where his concept of the meta population comes in. But I want to go down here. So this is the phylogeny of the NRY haplogroups inferred from the panel of 75 binary markers used herein. Polymorphic sites are known.
Blow that up just a little bit for the people, if you could, brother man.
That good?
Maybe one more. Yeah, if you got to go one less, that's fine.
So they can see.
Yeah, they can see that. They can see that.
All right. So it says here, shown on the branch, the polymorphic sites are shown on the branches. The number of chromosomes in each haplogroup counts for 215 coeneme and 737 Israelites is shown at the right of the tree next to the haplogroup frequencies for the entire sample of 952 Jewish chromosomes, which is all. So EP2, we see 1%, just amongst Israelites, EM96, 1%, EM35, 0 coeneme, but Israelites in general, 20, I believe this is what, 20%, right? And 2% of all of them, right? EM78 is found 5% of the coeneme, 39% of Israelites, 4.6 of all. EM81 at 3, EM123, 10% of coeneme, 74% of. Am I reading this right? Hold on, let me make sure I'm reading this right.
I think those first two are those are the
numbers,
the individual numbers, and then the last one percentage.
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry, y'all. 74 of the Israelites that were not coeneme were EM123, and 10 of the coeneme that were counted here out of the 215 coeneme were actually EM123. So EM78 is counted here as 5 of the 215, and 10 of the EM123 have E markers here. And then we can see that a lot more that are just Israelites. So even if you just read this article and you go to this phyllo tree here, they let you know that there are coeneme markers in several haplogroups, which is what's addressed by Hammer. He addresses this. Like, wait, this shows that this is a metapopulation. This wasn't just one group going back to Aaron. So you got haplogroup G here. You have haplogroup H, M69 here. You have them representing the coeneme. Haplogroup I representing the coeneme, right? You go down. Of course, you got JP58 at 99. M172 at 1, JM410 at 31, M318 at 13, JM12 at 16, which we know this was also found among the Canaanites as well. Haplogroup L at 1, haplogroup Q, M378 at 2, RM269 at 12, RM124 at 2, and TM70 at 3 of the coeneme. So this is what he was talking about. Like, it's too many male lines here for all of these people to come from Aaron. It makes zero sense. All right.
And not one of them makes up the majority.
No, not at all.
Not one of them.
No. Now JP58 has the lion's share, which is 99. But you see, all these markets is just broken up, man. It's 31 here, 13 here, 16 there, 2 there, 10 up top. We got 10 EM123s, which this market right here was found amongst the first free slave population in Central America. So again, you have to reconcile this. If you're claiming that this is the priest line that does indeed descend from Aaron himself, you have a problem because you have all of these found in lineages.
Gotta pick and choose.
Yeah. All right, so let's go back to this video. Let me pull this video back up. Let's see.
See, family, this is why I didn't stop the video when I was recording and talk about anything. I just want to let it record and let my Yap family get it in, right?
What is that? Is that a ribeye? What is that part? That's a good part to use, though, for a Philly cheesesteak, by the way, is what I've heard. Okay, the first fruits of your grain, of your wine, and of your oil, first fleece of sheep, you shall give him. For the Lord your God has chosen him out of all your tribes to stand and minister in the name of the Lord, him and his son for all time. By the way, notice here, again, you actually see God's choosing of Aaron, just like God's choosing of Abraham or Israel. It's not based upon Aaron. I mean, Aaron did all kinds of stuff. And as you're going to see his son's will too, it's based upon God saying, look, this is because I choose this, right? It's very just fascinating.
Hey, real quick, can I ask y'all a question about that study?
And is moving.
Does it give the locations for where the JP58 is at? So I know it's saying like the vast majority of the lion's share is JP58, but does it say which populations the JP58 is biggest amongst? Like, is it saying it's biggest amongst the Ashkenazi, biggest amongst the Mizrahi, biggest amongst the whatever? Like, is the question making sense?
Yeah, so it basically says they find it in Ashkenazi and non-Ashkenazi. I'm not sure if it says primarily Ashkenazi. I have to comb through it and see if it says that. So basically, you're saying
so not primarily in the Levantine Jews.
It might not be. I don't know.
Huh? That's something to look into.
It's just something. What they make emphasis on is that that the majority of contemporary Jewish priests descend from a limited number of paternal lineages. It's how they word it. So it doesn't say, oh, well, these Jews over here have it more than the other. I haven't seen it yet.
I'm going to deep dive on that because you would assume that the numbers of JP58 would get higher, getting closer to the Middle East.
Yeah, because that's where the heavy concentration of it is.
But I have a hunch you're going to find the heaviest concentration away from the Middle East, is what I'm saying.
Of JP58?
Mm-hmm.
That's possible.
I think so for instance, like it's I got a hunch you're going to find the most amongst like maybe the Ashkenazi versus like the Mizrahi or the North African Jews, for instance.
I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I don't think Hammer touches on that though.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can reverse engineer the numbers right quick. Because again, like the interesting thing about the Samaritan population is again they're you know what I'm saying, they're close to the land. They're not a distant population. They're a local population.
Right. I'm looking through it right now. Let me let it play, and then if I find it, I'll pause and let you know.
That's what's up.
With his people, it's a beautiful thing to see. He's a giving God. And if a Levite comes from any of your towns out of all Israel where he lives, and he may come when he desires to the place the Lord will choose, and ministers in the name of the Lord his God, like his fellow Levites to stand and minister before the Lord, then he may have an equal portion deep besides what he receives from the sale of patrimony. Okay, just showing that this is supposed to be a continued thing, and even through the diaspora, it appears that there was still some.
You should be Mike is open
connection, and really because the DNA doesn't get it doesn't get lost because we're tracing it through the male side. You see what I'm saying? So in theory, going back all the way to Aaron, which we're going to talk about here a little bit more in a second, because it's on the male side strictly. It's paternal, not maternal, that we're discussing here. It's very, very important as well. And you even see today, like in the synagogues, they'll sometimes do something called the priestly blessing. They read, I believe, a portion out of Leviticus. and it's like the split fingers. And some people know this, some people don't. But Leonard Nimoy, who is a Jewish extract, who played Spock in Star Trek, the original series, he improvised that for Spock's character as a Vulcan greeting. He would split apart, live long and prosper. And if you think about it, the live long and prosper line is similar to the Levitical priesthood blessing that the priests actually give. That's where he got it. It's out of his Jewish background. It's a fascinating little tidbit relating to Star Trek that relates out of this issue. It's a very fascinating thing. Now, let's go back, if we could, to that study, because I'm going to be talking about the other things they found from that study, origins of Old Testament priests there, and reiterating that they found a particular array of 6 chromosomal markers that was in 97 of the 106 who were tested. Right, the chances of this are less than 1 in 10,000. And here's what's wild. There's a common set of genetic markers in both Sephardi and Ashkenazi alike when it comes to the Kohanim worldwide. And since it's worldwide, it indicates a common origin predating the split of these two communities, which is said to be around 1000 AD. But here's what's crazy. It's not just Sephardi and Ashkenazi. Now, this is going a little bit outside of the test, which what I'm talking about right now. These are subsequent tests. Origins of Old Testament priests. That's the test I'm discussing right now. I don't know if you can put that back on the screen, the abstract of it, so people know what we're discussing. But here's what's wild. They did this later on, and Tudor Parfit was directly related to this, and I could tell the story about that. It's a fascinating thing. They did this later on as well with the Buba clan of the Limba. So the Limba are from South Africa and Zimbabwe. And basically they told Tudor Parfit, hey, they were in South Africa when this happened. Hey, we're also Israelites. We heard you've been working with these different communities and whatever, and hey, we're also, and so come check us out over here. We have oral traditions and you'll believe us. And Tudor Parfit, he's kind of he's like seems like he's like a moderate Anglican, he's not, it's like, really, he's skeptical is my point by saying that. But he goes over there and they end up doing the testing, and it ends up that the identical percentage of by some accounts, identical percentage of those who have this Cohen modal haplotype was present in the male side of the Buba clan, which it ended up being 52%, according to Parfit, 52% on the male, kind of like their priestly class that they had, the Buba clan. So it's out of one of all the groups they had. So it's not all the Limba. Sometimes people talk about the Limba and they're like, well, the Limba, well, the evidence is there from the Buba clan specifically. That's where the testing has been to my knowledge. I don't know about the whole larger population of the Limba, but it's within the Buba clan, certainly. And it matches Sephardi and Ashkenazi populations. It's almost unbelievable. So you have these folks who are all over the world, because there was a scattering according to Deuteronomy 33, chapter 30, verse 3, and 2864, that scattering happened. And even though Jews make up less than 1/4% of the world's population, there have been historically almost everywhere, all over the globe. And the fascinating thing is then they end up having these genetic markers, regardless of the phenotype. And the phenotype is the way you look and can change, because our DNA differences are a very small percentage. We match up, almost every single one of us matches up. The most interesting things, though, there, of course, is in the differences that we have between each other. But it's so small. That's why somebody can look like whatever, basically, and still have these genetic markers underlying. So the Limba look like other Bantu-speaking peoples, relatively speaking.
He sounds pretty genetic. Yeah, but he sounds pretty genetically astute.
Yeah, he knows a lot about DNA. I didn't even have to waste like some of the minutes I had talking to him. He knows about haplogroups and all this stuff. Like, come on, bro. Why weren't you real with me? Like, yeah, go ahead.
Y'all be putting y'all faith and trust in the wrong people, man.
Speaking. The Ashkenazi look, relatively speaking, like other Eastern Europeans. The Sephardi look, relatively speaking, like other North African Jews and Spaniard Jews. And yet they have these things. And it's not just them. There's another community that's interesting that I'm just learning about today, a much smaller community. Say what?
The Samaritans, Kohanim has it too.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you brought that up. Can you say a little more something about that? Because I feel like
False.
G-Con, I feel like the Samaritans get left out of the conversation a lot. I don't know if you have anything to say about that, but thank you so much for bringing that up.
Yeah, so what
That is
happens
false.
is when you look at the Samaritan, among the Kohen, they
Let's see if
realize
he
that
talks about
whatever group that they're in, whatever Jews that there is, among the Kohen, the priests, they all have this marker, which is a J1C3 marker, or J1, what's they call it? I think it comes from the J subclad.
No, don't talk over.
So then the Samaritans also have J1 and J2 markers, and these.
Well, actually, I'll let him finish talking about J among the Samaritans.
Yeah, but that's a lie.
Markers originated outside of Africa. So then when you look at, like he said, the Buba tribe, and they have these markers, then you begin to see that they themselves, now it's not necessarily a marker, but what it is it's a marker. I mean,
so as y'all can see, he brought up the Samaritans, and I just brought up the Samaritans too. So you can just share my screen really quick, Yeshub. I'm not going to read anything, but I just want them to see my screen while I talk about the Samaritans. He said that Samaritans had J1 and J2 and all this other stuff. And
J1C3 specifically.
Say that again.
He said J1C3.
J1C3. And I don't know where he's getting this from, but the Samaritans in Israel that claim the tribe of Levi, as y'all can see on the screen, they have E, not J. And then these people are like listening and watching this channel, and
so you've been shown two studies. Real quick. So you've been shown two studies right quick. One with the sample size of 2 and one with the sample size of, what did you say, 12? And nobody from that side, G-Con or Vocab, is showing you any studies with any sample sizes confirming Samaritans being J1C3.
Oh, that's a good point. Exactly. They never showed studies. Yeah.
And I did a whole presentation here. I did a whole presentation here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I did a whole presentation here on Genesis 49ers on the Samaritans, and I had the study from 2018. So, and it clearly shows that the Kohanim were haplogroup E. I can't share it right now for some reason, but it's
real quick. Does that study show anything about J1C3?
Actually, it doesn't.
So G-Con, we're looking for that source, man.
Watch this, y'all. Watch this.
And everybody was just eating it up on the panel.
Does anybody have this study? Because I can't seem to share it.
I can pull it up here in a minute. Hold on.
Okay, never mind.
I just want to share this real quick and show you this is what people don't read. Just take a few minutes to actually read this shit before you make these claims. This is that paper, 2009, Hammer et al., right? Right here, it says, these results also confirm that lineages characterized by 6 YSTRs used to define the original CMH are associated with 2 divergent subclades within haplogroup J, and thus cannot be assumed to represent a single recently expanding paternal lineage. Why is that huge? Because people are using CMH to say that, hey, this is Aaron's posterity. These are the descendants of Aaron the priest. And in Hammer et al.'s paper, when they look on the Hammer et al., it tells you that thus cannot be assumed to represent a single recently expanding paternal lineage. By combining information from a sufficient number of SNPs and SDRs and a large sample of Jewish and non-Jewish populations, we are able to resolve the phylogenetic position of the CMH, pinpoint its geographic distribution. Our estimates of the correlation time also lends support to the hypothesis that the extended CMH represents a unique founding lineage of the ancient Hebrews that has been paternally inherited along with the Jewish priesthood. Along with is the key word right here, right?
And why? Hypothesis. That's also a key.
Right. And the hypothesis, meaning an unproven statement. But why does it along with? Right here. However, the sharing of several less frequent haplogroups and monohaplotypes within these haplogroups between Ashkenazi and non-Ashkenazi communities, as well as evidence of the persistence of population-specific Kohanim haplogroups, supports the formulation that males from other remote lineages also contributed to the Jewish priesthood, both before and after the separation of the Jewish populations in the diaspora. That's what this paper says. Right? So you bring up the JP58 and the Booba and all that other stuff and say, oh, there's a commonality. Oh, these lineages could have been interjected by what? Surrounding Canaanite people that lived in those regions. As we do know, JP58 was found in Sidon.
Not
right?
in Israelite territory.
Exactly. Phenotyping a larger sample of coordinating Y chromosomes from other divergent haplogroups may further elucidate the complex paternal history of Jewish priests and aid in identification of the lost tribes claiming ancient Hebrew ancestry. So again, the point that at the results and discussions of this paper, it talks about how you cannot use these lineages to pinpoint one expanding paternal lineage, i.e., coming from Aaron the priest.
I mean, shoot, Abraham would technically have to have it too.
Yeah. Let me pull this article up for my brother. Let's see. Cohenine. Samaritan Cohenine. Better find that paper. Who wrote that paper? Is it the genetics and the history of the Samaritans?
Yeah, that's it. Yes, that's it.
All right. Let's see if I get the entire paper. Do you know what part you want out of this?
Just want the graph with the samples, with the Cohenine, with the E3B.
I got it right here. Research
and everybody else. And everybody else was basically J. Everybody outside of Cohenine.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I can't get it off ResearchGate. Something going on.
Uh-oh.
That's why you got to download them PDFs.
Yeah, but ResearchGate usually have the PDF. It won't let me do it.
I have it, man. And I won't even let me email it to you. I was going to email it to you. It won't even let me email it to you.
You might have to make a
I think I bought that paper. I bought that paper.
Yeah, save it as a PDF and then email it to me.
Let me see if I can do that.
Then I can bring it up.
I mean, you can go ahead with the video, though, until I get it over to you.
I got you.
It shows that they have close relation.
Look at the mutation to say that this can date back, because they believe that it's constant. It can date back to a specific ancestor, the closest ancestor that they had. And so when they did the rating, like you said, it came all the way back to the times of when Aaron and them would have been looked at. And so that's how they're looking at these things. But a lot of these groups that are Jews have this marker.
That's the argument going back to Aaron, but we just read it here at all that can't be the case because you got these different haplogroups all jumbled together. So he's like, look at the priests were a meta population because these people have to all, have amalgamated at some point, not descending from the same paternal ancestor. You want to say something, Avery?
No, I was about to say they're going back to Canaanites and going back to no Aaron.
Yeah, if it's JP58, JM12, those are Canaanites.
And this is an out of Africa marker. And one of the things that we look at.
By the way, can you pause that real quick?
I'm gonna let him finish. Is that
he's gonna make a lot of points about how J is an out of Africa marker and how J isn't African, and then he's gonna go into how E is African. It's like, I'm thinking to myself, like, okay, one, you don't really have to stress that's an out of Africa marker because, one, are you going with the out of Africa theory, which kind of doesn't fit with the Bible? And then two, even if you want to go with the out of Africa theory for humanity, there are literal papers say Semites could have came from Africa. I mean, Semites could have came from North Africa. They could have came from Ethiopia. Christopher Ehret and Edward Lemsky. A lot of people say this, so I can. It just doesn't really make sense why he's stressing this.
Well, he's stressing it because G-Con's whole mission and narrative is to say that you guys have nothing to do with Israelites because you guys are African in his eyes, even though all African Americans are not even African. But in his eyes, by him saying that, he is pretty much invalidating you. These people are not African. You guys are African. Therefore, you can't be Jews. Therefore, you can't be Israelites. That's his argument.
Interesting. Well, it looks like I might need to pull up just a quick source just dealing with that. Then, even though, yeah, go ahead.
What kills him is there's no consanguinity in Jewish groups. We just read it. So you have African markers within Jewish groups.
Exactly.
Which he would not dare fix his mouth and say they're not Jews.
But since he likes to just keep saying that, let me just quickly read this and then we get back to the video. Share my screen. All right, so this is from a conversation with Christopher Ehret, a well-known linguist and historian. And so he says, after all, the early Semites were just a few Africans arriving to find a lot of other people already in the area. So technically, if y'all want, you can have an African origin for Semites. Semites could have had their origins within the African continent. And this is just from Christopher Ehret. There's various other people who say this as well. I might read just one more source and then we can get back to it. E. Lemsky. He's another person who says Semites could have came from Africa. E. Lemsky says, it's a little blurry, but it says, hold on. All right, there we go. Thus, from North Africa, wave after wave of Semitic migrations would seem to have set forth. The earliest of these migrants and those who went furthest to the east were the Akkadians, who journeying along the Fertile Crescent through Palestine and Syria and crossing over into Mesopotamia, reached northern Babylonia circa 3000 BC and founded the first Semitic empire at Kish. I'm just going to read those two sources from two different people, Edward Lemsky and Christopher Ehret, that yes, Semites actually could have had their origins in Africa. So saying that J is not an African haplogroup kind of doesn't really matter. You can have an African origin for Semites if you want.
Yeah, that argument is grounded in racism. I said a lot of these arguments is made up, man, in racism, man. Oh, Africans can't be Jews. Look, Jay is not African, but the Jewish population themselves consist of African haplogroups.
I just emailed it to you. Check and see if you got it.
You just sent me what?
See
An
if it's
email?
an email.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm checking out. I'm checking out. While I get that, let me let the video play.
A lot of African Americans say
that they basically are Jews or Israelites, don't have a lot of out of African markers, and when they do, they have European, like probably R1B or something like that, which European Jews have R1B2, but they also have autosomally traced back to the Middle Eastern and have mutations at a high level on their chromosomes. And so when you look at what he's saying here is that this is similar with a lot of other Jews. And so if you're saying you're an Israelite, we know geographically certain mutations picked up, certain haplogroups came along, subclass that's outside of Africa, that's in those areas where biblically Israelites would have came from. Why is it that you're saying that you're an Israelite and you're an African American, but you don't have those markers? You don't have none of those markers, and so that's what we're looking at, and what we want to get to later on, farther into.
Did y'all catch that? So he said African Americans do have R1B and Jews do have R1B, but they got autosomal DNA. Because this shows that you didn't know what the hell you was talking about. First of all, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. If they share the paternal markers, they share the paternal marker. They share coming for fathers, no matter what their autosomal DNA makes up.
Exactly.
So if you accept those R1Bs in the Ashkenazium European Jewry, then you got to accept the African Americans of R1B as being descendants of Jews as well. You can't get around that. You just tried to make a caveat that only applies to European Jewry. And this is why I say this is racism all over again. That's all it is. Black people, you can't be Jews. Even when you have the specific markers, you can't be Jews. And they even did this with the they brought up the Booba clan, right? They even try to say they're not Jews. He even said it. He said, oh, that doesn't really mean they're Jews. He said it in this video. You're disingenuous even when the evidence is staring in your face and it's leaning to the side that you support. Come on, man. Stop it. So, Sean, I got that paper. What page do you want out of that? Sean?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Man?
Yeah, I'm here, I'm here. You got to scroll down to page. Actually, it's the graph. Go down to where the graphs are. Just scroll all the way down to the graphs, and then you're gonna see it says the graph I'm looking for is Y chromosome marker, DSY profile or prefix.
All right,
It
I'm
might
looking
be
right
table. It might be table 1.
Yeah. But on autosomal DNA, as far as you can stretch that back, is what 200 years. Come on, man, stop it. All right, so Samaritan versus Jewish, Y haplotypes. I'm seeing that chart. It's a bunch of charts, brother.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna find the page for you. Hold on. I'm running through it right now.
I see the DYS. I see the STRs.
Yeah, page 44.
All right, hold on. Page 44. Y chromosome haplotype distribution. Where it says Levi, Ephraim, and Manasseh.
No, that's not it.
I see it. I got it.
Okay.
I got you. Hold on. Let me share the screen so you guys can see this. Because G-Con said they're all J or something to that effect, right?
The Cohenine, yeah, the Cohen amongst the
Yeah,
Samaritans.
the Samaritan Cohenine, we said they were all J.
What does that say?
Samaritan and
Cohenine 1, Cohenine 2.
Yeah, Y chromosome, STRs, haplotypes. It says Cohenine 1, E3B is the haplogroup.
And Cohenine 2.
Cohenine 2, E3B.
All right. And then you see everybody else, all the other families that they looked at was J1, J2, M171, mutation 267. So that goes along with the biblical narrative with when the Assyrians took the northern tribe into captivity, and they replaced them with 4 different tribes of people, Persians, and they all had J markers, and they sent back priests to teach them how this is what scripture is that? That would be Kings 2:17. You start at like 23 and you get the narrative for this. This is all of these J's down here. Those were the people who were brung in. The Cohenine was sent back because the people in the land were being devoured by lions and so forth. So they sent the Cohenine back so they could teach the people how to worship the God of the land so they wouldn't be devoured anymore. King 17. and 23. So I just wanted to show that that was a blatant lie. The Kohanine for the Samaritans, as you see, is haplogroup E.
Send me that paper,
Or
by the way, Sean.
okay, no problem. Yeah, because I had to pay for this, so that's why you guys couldn't find it.
All right, so let me put the video back. And I don't know what else. Is the video more recapitulation of what they're saying now? Because
Into some studies, especially about the Ashkenazi.
No, they're going to eventually get into like E1B1A and how
They
that's
also
not
have
Israel.
this marker just as well, J1C3 marker, and which they could named it as the Kohen marker, basically.
Yeah, and again, I'm glad you brought up the Samaritans, because a lot of times they get left out, and it's true they're mixed, if people want to say that, but I mean, everybody is, including the populations we're studying. To kind of put I'm going to go back to that study briefly, but to put a scholar's like response on it, so people can kind of understand. He basically, because I like this scholar, Dr. Harry Oster, he's written a really good book on the topic as well. He has a quote about this, and he has a good book I recommend people get. It's called Legacy, A Genetic History of the Jewish People.
I have that book.
It's a really important book to if you're really trying to get into this. And here's what he says. He's the chairman of the Human Genetics Program at New York University School of Medicine, by the way. Quote, recent work from genetics labs has validated the biblical record of a Semitic people who chose a Jewish way of life several thousand years ago. These observations are the biological equivalent to the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, suggesting that despite 2,000 years of diaspora, the relatedness of the Jews of Eastern European, Ashkenazim, North African, Sephardim, and Middle Eastern, Oriental origin can be demonstrated by genetic marker analysis. It's an amazing thing. And just like G-Con said, this most recent common ancestor, who it looks like, for all intents and purposes, is Aaron, dates back as far as sort of the genetic clock that they can kind of use 3,300 years. That's the approximate time, and this is based upon the variation of the mutations among.
So again, the paper does not say that. We just read the 2009 paper. It says that there's no way they all could come from pretty much a paternal uniformity. They can't all go back to Aryan because they're different Y chromosomes. So it's a meta population of different priests coming together. Not all of them coming from Aaron.
Aaron can't be J1 and J2.
And then they kind of look at the time frame, and it yields 106 generations away from the most recent common ancestor. That's 3,300 years. That's around the time of the Exodus. So there's somewhat of a margin of error here, but it's actually an interesting apologetic biblical proof, regardless of all this stuff with Hebrew Israelites and all that, because sometimes people are like, well, Moses didn't exist. And well, we have basically genetic evidence for Moses' brother and genetic evidence really ultimately for Abraham himself. Now they'll be like, oh, that's circumstantial, unless we can take a sample from Abraham. But the thing is, this is kind of how things like this work when you do this. This is the way it is. And this has been a fascinating thing. And the reason why there's an explosion specifically in Jewish DNA is because of their tendency not to intermarry. Now what happens is
no one knows. Hold on. No one ever uses CMH to prove that Moses existed. That's a terrible argument. I never heard anybody say that. Come on, man. Chill out, bro.
And by the way, you can make that same argument for E. Anything he's saying for J, we can make it for E too, because it's seen among Jews.
Yeah, that's silly.
Jews intermarry at a greater rate when persecution is less. But throughout much of their history, persecution is greater. And so this is an important thing because you have sort of this isolated community that's traveling around the globe. There's not a whole lot of people groups that sort of have that shared type of history. It's a fascinating thing. Now things are changing, and that's why this research, it's almost like the perfect timing. Things are changing because, especially in the West, Jews they intermarry, you know what I'm saying? But we can look, and it's a fascinating thing to look. There's other isolated communities that they do this with. The Jews aren't the only one. There's certain communities, and you could talk about them. But this is a very, very fascinating thing because it also has this oral tradition that's not just oral. It's written at this point, a written history that actually corroborates this genetic evidence. It's almost unbelievable, and that's why a lot of the scholars who are involved in this, a lot of them are secular. I don't know if there's any like sort of confessional people, and even the ones who have some kind of faith commitment seem decidedly secular. They buy into evolution and everything else. So they're like constantly being surprised, like, well, I guess maybe this is right. They're constantly being surprised when you listen to lectures and talks, or when you read what they write, sort of in their frank moments. You kind of see this constant surprise, but now it's almost just a matter of fact. It's just working out more and more of the details. So back going to this, at the 1999 Jewish Genome Conference in Israel, Professor Hammer, who was involved with the first study that I mentioned, and has been involved a lot with this, he confirmed the numbers he gave were that 80% of all self-identified coenemes share a common set of genetic markers. And we mentioned that it's 6 different things together. So it's sort of a genetic signature. And that's important to understand. And it's just a fascinating thing. This means the line of the coeneme is a direct paternal line from Aaron, the very first high priest. That's what it means. And, he mentioned the Samaritans, Jikon did. This has also been tested with other populations. I got off track. I wanted to mention them, but I forgot to mention.
It doesn't mean that for the 1,000th to the umpteenth time, as black folks say. Let me stop that. Let me pull out this source, because he brought out this book, Genetic Legacy, by what's the brother's name? Hold on. A genetic history of the Jewish people, right? So watch this. I'm going to actually read the book, because he just went to one little quote, jumped out of it. But let's look at the book when it's talking about the genetic lineages that he brought up. Watch what that book states, which is going to contradict what he just said. Share screen, window. And I actually agree with what was actually being said right here in this book, page 90. So let me go up. It says right here, Y chromosome analysis has shown that most diaspora Jews whose ancestors lived only 1 or 2 generations ago in Europe, North Africa, or the Middle East were descended from a smaller group of men who once lived in the Middle East. Muslim and Christian men who lived in the Middle East today have similar lineages and were descended from some of the same ancestors. These Y chromosomal lineages define contemporary Semitic populations, all descended from molecular Adam, but apparently not all descended from an ancestral Noah or even an ancestral Abraham. Keep going now. Among contemporary Ashkenazi Jews, 7 different Y chromosomal lineages, E3B, G, J1, J2, Q, R1A, 1, and R1B. All these people can't be from Abraham, right? Are common, accounting for more than 80% of the total. Of these 5 Y chromosomal lineages, E3B, G, J1, J2, and Q were part of the ancestral gene pool transmitted by Jews who migrated from the Middle East. He put E right there. And at least 2, R1A1 and R1B, entered the Ashkenazi Jewish population after their dispersal to Europe. Yet this distinction of European, Middle Eastern, Ashkenazi gene pool may not be quite so simple. During the Stone and Bronze Ages, Europe was colonized by settlers from the Middle East who brought agriculture, horses, bronze, and chromosomes with them, so that some of these Middle Eastern Y chromosome lineages were brought to Europe during those early times and introduced through admixture between Europeans and Jews, whereas other lineages were brought to Europe by the Jewish ancestors of the Ashkenazim. Says here, all 7 common Y chromosome lineages might represent founder events in the Ashkenazi Jewish population. That is, Ashkenazi Jews may be descended from 7 families, each of which had its own Y chromosomal lineage. And this is what you expect to see in these groups, because they're a blend and admixture of people. Matter of fact, the Bible even tells you this when it says they came out of Egypt with a mixed multitude. This is what you expect. So to try to say, oh, well, this is proof that these people come from Aaron, there's no proof to that. Even in the book you cited, it tells you that, hey, these people are a hodgepodge. That's what it tells you. We'll read it again. It says all 7 common Y chromosome lineages might represent founder events in the Ashkenazi Jewish population. That is, Ashkenazi Jews may be descended from 7 families, each of which had its own Y chromosomal lineage. Therefore, they all cannot come from Aaron or Jacob or Abraham. Let me go all the way up. That's my commentary, by the way, that last tidbit. Watch this. So you guys can see the book. Let you know this is the book that he cited during this, part right here. The Legacy, A Genetic History of the Jewish People by Harry O. Strayer. And he went in and read a part of some of this book out. And I want to bring that part out when he actually does touch on genetics. What he actually says about it, right? All right, so let's go back to that video. Watch this. And this is why dudes like that would never debate us, man. They'll never debate us because those type of statements will be the end of the debate.
Class and how the numbers are very similar there to other population, but it's also true with these smaller groups. Like there's a small population who has a tradition that they left Israel in 70 AD. They have a kind of a Kohanim class that's a people group off the island of, I think it's called Derjaba, Djerba. It's off the coast of Tunisia, so northern Africa. They sampled theirs as well. They also had the CMH, that's a colon modal haplotype, and also Jews from Jerusalem's old city as well. So this is fascinating stuff. Now, the other thing I mainly have is kind of leave some of that, and then what I have is sort of reactions by different researchers to this, different geneticists, because I think it's helpful sometimes to say, okay, what are they saying about this? And then I have a little bit on the Khazars, but I'll stop there. I'll probably read some of these reactions if that's okay, but then I'll stop before we get into Khazars, and I have a little bit more on Limba and a couple other things. But I know G-Con's going to do some follow-up. But let me show some of these reactions, and some of these you can find in a very accessible book called DNA and Tradition: The Genetic Link to the Ancient Hebrews by Yaakov Kleiman. And I like it. It's very kind of user-friendly, and it leads you to the if you want to get into them. But let me read some of these. Okay, so we'll start here with Dr. David Goldstein. He's a molecular geneticist at Oxford. Okay, and here's what he says. And I got all the links and sources if anybody wants. Quote, "It looks like this chromosomal type was a constituent of the ancestral Hebrew population. It was incredibly exciting to find something that could be tracing paternally inherited traits over 100 generations, 3,000 or 4,000 years of history," end quote. And then here is another guy. Let me get his credentials up here. Carl Skrorecki. He's the Rappaport Research Institute Director of Nephrology. That's basically a kidney specialist at Rambam Medical Center, Technikon, Israel Institute of Technology. Listen to what he says. Quote, "The oral tradition of the priesthood has a DNA or genetic counterpart. The scientific information confirms that the majority of contemporary Jewish males who identify themselves as Kohanim are descended from a common male ancestor who founded a patrilineal dynasty consistent with the tradition of the Jewish priesthood. It's almost equivalent to finding a remnant of the garb of the first priest's family, as if you went to the Sinai and found some remnant of Aaron's anointment ceremony." And then he says this: "The simplest, most straightforward explanation is that these men have the Y chromosome of Aaron. The study suggests that a 3,000-year-old tradition is correct and has a biological counterpart." This is so amazing when you look at it. Here's Professor Michael Hammer. Here's what he says about it. Quote, "At first I was worried that it was a sampling artifact, a chance result of the group chosen because of the high frequency." So what he's saying is he thought it was a mistake because it seemed impossible that this could be right. He thought there was an error, right? "It was incredibly exciting to find something that could be tracing paternally inherited traits over 50 or more generations, 3,000 to 4,000 years of history. This is the first time ever we have been able to make a correlation with an ethnographic record over this time scale. Some people keep records that go back 3, maybe 4 generations, but 50 or more generations. It's a beautiful example of how father-to-son transmission of 2 things, one genetic, one cultural, gives you the same picture." That's amazing. And then I got like 3 more quotes that are all from Dr. Neil Bradman. He was one of the principal researchers on some of these studies. And listen to what he says. "The Kohanim should all have the same Y chromosome if they come from an original source or a single individual." And so essentially that's kind of the hypothesis that was being tested by these guys. "I must say, I was tending to expect it to come out the other way. So again, he was skeptical. And listen to what he says here about that. The difference between the Kohanim and the Israelites and both the Ashkenazic and the Sephardic population was statistically significant. While we did not detect a statistically significant difference between the Kohanim of the Ashkenazic and the Kohanim of the Sephardic, indicating that this oral tradition seems to have been around for the last 1,000 years. So let me explain what he's saying there. He's saying there's a significant difference between the Kohanim and the rest of the folks who would be described as modern Jews. But between the Kohanim class of Ashkenazi and Sephardic, there's not a statistical big difference. That's amazing. That's saying across basically two massively different communities, this one group is very similar. They're more similar to each other, even though they're in two different communities, than they are to the rest of the Jews around them. That it's almost, again, this. Again, this is almost unbelievable. Listen to this, what Bradman says here. Work that we're doing on additional Jews in different communities should enable us to get an insight into whether this time can be pushed backwards or not, and how the priesthood may or may not have originated, he remarks. What I have to say is that we have not, despite what some newspaper headlines may have said, proved that the Bible was correct, and we have not shown that Aaron did exist. So you see, these guys, again, are skeptical. They're like, we're not proving the Bible right. They want to make sure they want to make sure they're saying that, because that's not their goal or mission. You see what I'm saying? But nonetheless, I mean, I think we can see this is clearly corroborative, and they said that. So it's like, okay, why didn't he need to say that? And then one last thing I'm going to read. We've been inundated with people who write to us asking for their Y chromosomes to be tested. Unfortunately, I cannot stamp anybody's Y chromosome to prove anything. This is simply a population study. And so one thing about that is, this is the last thing I mentioned, I kind of handed it over, is Tudor Parfit, who had been involved with some of this. When people started hearing about it, there was a group that had a population off the coast of Papua New Guinea, or is in that area. They had heard about what Tudor Parfit was doing with, like, the Limba, for example. And so they call him, and then the leader of the community comes to his hotel room, right? And is like, hey, I want you to do us as well, because you're going to see we're Jews as well. And so the community's all excited because they think, ours is going to match up as well. This particular group, there in Papua New Guinea, the results were negative. The way Tudor Parfit put it was, he said, I think he used the phrase zilch, the word zilch. And it was kind of a tough thing because he had to announce this community. And he said he kind of chickened out. He said, well, the results were inconclusive. We can't say anything for sure. But basically then he said, well, yeah, there is a negative result. Now the community itself still believes the same thing. It has not affected them, in the sense of like, well, they're continuing to go on saying that, but the genetic evidence doesn't match. So it's not like everyone that gets tested, this happens. But it did happen again with Tudor Parfit, interestingly enough, and it's with a small Jewish community there in India, very small, and they're at the bottom of the caste system. And basically, everyone laughs at them because they say they're Jews and they've been mistreated for centuries, and they're basically, pariah, right? And they're like, test us too. Well, they also had the Cohen haplomodal type, and it matched up. And so the DNA in that instance exonerated them. And it's kind of an interesting thing. It almost kind of like, okay, their vibe was kind of like, we're suffering for a reason. It's true, we're not just saying it, but it doesn't always work out. Like the most controversial one is probably the Igbo, because that is a rather large group of people, and the DNA evidence has come back as negative. Now I know the Hebrew Israelites who believe in the Igbo thesis are going to be all upset and you're lying and this and that. But basically, look, I'm not a geneticist, so I'm finding out what they say, and I am in trying to go with the evidence as careful as I can. And
yeah, when majority of them are all saying one thing, because we had someone in the chat say, I don't trust most geneticists. Well, I said, well, when 99% of them are all saying the same thing, you kind of have to.
Well,
listen,
it's like this.
Right?
That's fine if the person doesn't want to trust it, but tell us why. Why don't you trust me? Tell us what. And it's not about just trusting geneticists. It's about these results. And these are teams and groups of people who this is their specialty. They're not dabbling in DNA on the weekend. as if you could do such a thing. These
So
are
notice he's not showing any of the studies.
no one
about
is.
the results he's
It's not
talking
just
about.
an argument from authority. It's saying, look, we have this, and now it matches. Let me tell you something though, because it's funny they said that. I'm gonna tell you something. If they did testing, let's say the Hebrew Israelites in North America had some version of the Kohanim, like, oh, look, everyone with the last name of, let's use Laron's last name. Everyone with the last name of Campbell, we've discovered is highly likely to be Kohanim. And let's say that they did testing on Black Americans in North America with the last name of Campbell, right? And they're like, oh my goodness, look at this. It matches up. This is amazing. I guarantee you they would trust those genetic results. Like, oh, look at it. Because they try to do that with the limba. They'll be like, whenever we talk about genetic, like, well, you mentioned the limba. And then we talk about the limba and also how it's irrelevant to most Black Americans because they're in Zimbabwe and South Africa. That's not the West Coast people. That it's not the West Coast, right? And so the point by saying that is this is not a significant.
That's not a gotcha right there. Saying that the limba are not in the West Coast does not mean they don't have anything to do with African Americans or West Africans.
Facts.
Again, all of the limba are not JM172. They're not all JP58. That's one component. A lot of the limba are EM2. You got some EM35. There are several different groups, right?
EM40.
Yeah, EM40. So for you to make that broad sweeping claim and let us know that A, you don't know nothing about genetics, and B, you have a damn agenda. What your agenda is to disprove African American. That's it. So why are you doing all this? The whole purpose of this video was the end goal was to disprove African Americans' claim that they're Israelites. That's all I'm hearing over and over again.
Right, and to be clear, trying to exclude the lumber from the slave trade. Like Cohen Hamadishe told me himself on multiple occasions that he thinks that there were limbo on slave ships. But B, we know for a fact that over 542,000 people came from the coast of Mozambique and Madagascar into the transatlantic slave trade. So there's a genetic signature that's there, and this is what people have to confront. People have to confront: why do multiple people in the Yap Gang have a decent percentage of East African DNA or DNA from the Horn, etc., or Southeast African DNA? Because that's not the West Coast of Africa. But anyway, I'll let you.
I just showed the Black Belt of Alabama DNA results. They had EM35, EM78. That's E1B1B. Which is normally in the north and in the east. How did that get over here?
Yeah. The only thing I have to say is he doing a whole lot of talking, and I ain't seeing no sources.
Yeah, he ain't showing it, but he was reading from papers and stuff. He just it's not sharing, and then he's giving his understanding of it, which is off.
Ibri, what's your understanding of the Igbo and Yoruba, etc., and all the types of people having any kind of genetic components that goes back to the Middle East? Because I'm pretty sure you mentioned that whole concept in your little 16-minute or 18-minute exchange with him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I told him that that a lot of those West African groups have Bronze Age Levantine DNA.
And he just threw that away. Didn't even consider it, even though he's in this video stating that, oh, these people are professionals. These geneticists they're professionals. They don't just do this on the weekend. Okay, well, we got papers where geneticists are saying that West Africans have a Levantine component that goes back to the Bronze Age. Then what? Now, what's your argument now? Now you're not going to trust the goddamn geneticists, just like you just claim African Americans don't.
That's what they love to do when they find out that, all Jews have sub-Saharan African DNA. They be trying to get around that paper all the time.
Right. You guys don't concede to that. Oh, these are Prime and Johnny and the company of geneticists with them. They know what they're doing. They're professionals. You don't concede that then. Why? Because it doesn't fit your agenda. Your agenda is to say Black people in America are not Jews. That's your whole agenda. Maybe because you was hurt by GMS, ICPK made you kiss their boot or something, and now you're upset with everybody that's a Black American that claim they're Israelites, and you're trying your damnedest to take that claim from you. But what the brothers just said. LeBron said earlier that, oh, just because the Limba have the J marker don't mean they Jews. And then he made a concession for R1B Jews and said, oh, yeah, they R1B too, but the autosomal.
I don't even know why he has this dude up there. I don't even know why G-Con is even a part of this.
He's a token. That's why. All right, I'm gonna let it play.
Factor in who came over in the transatlantic slave trade or who ended up in Western Hemisphere, and so it's like, okay, and also if you verify the Limba, if you're gonna use them, you're verifying the Ashkenazi, the Sephardic, and these other populations we've mentioned. It's like it's a catch-22 if they want to do that. But you know,
I'm glad he said that, because if you verify the Ashkenazi, Sephardim. Hey, hold on, wait. Oh, my bad. I thought that was Orthodox more talking in the live. Ditto, vocab. If you bring up and validate Ashkenazim, Mizrahi, Sephardi, if you validate these Jews, Romeotes, if you validate these Jews, you understand you validating African Americans too as well. Because African Americans have EM35, African Americans have EM2, African Americans have EM78, African Americans have EM123. African Americans have these markers that are found within the Ashkenazim and the Sephardi and Mizrahi groups. So just like you said, it's a catch-22. It's a catch-22 both ways. Because you validate those Jews over there, you validate us. Because they got our DNA, and we share fraternal markers. So it's funny that he can realize that on his end, but not the other way around.
If any of these guys have ever gotten a battle about, that's not my kid, I guarantee you they'll trust those results. That's sure. Right. If they they know and it turns out that way, but nonetheless they'll say that, but that's fine. Tell us the reasons why. Tell us what's wrong there and explain it, and things like that. And even with people who get exonerated for crimes they didn't commit because of DNA evidence, we celebrate that. That's a good thing, right? That's sort of 2 or 3 witnesses. One of the witnesses is sort of
that's a good point. You can convict someone's entire life these days based on DNA evidence. So I mean,
or exonerate them. Yeah, and we celebrate that. And I guarantee if these guys have any sense of justice, they celebrate that as well.
Not too many people put into question that DNA evidence in the courts and stuff when it comes to that, right? And I just want to say quickly, thank you, Operation Cuteness, for the support for the super chat. She said, "Vocab, can you talk about the E1B1 gene?" Love Nick, thank you. I don't know, we'll probably get there. I don't know if she's saying the gene right, but
well, okay, so that's a perfect segue to have me kind of chill and let G-Con speak. That exact question she just asked. So, G-Con, you just let me know if you need me, and because someone brought up E1B1A. So,
right. So I'm actually E1B1A on my paternal side.
Hey, G-Con, I was wondering if you could maybe give some introduction about your background and stuff, because this is the first time I ever met you. Maybe a lot of my subs ever met you too. So, if
you got the email on his face. Can you put me down there?
Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah. Sorry.
You can't see his the bottom of his beautiful beard.
Yeah, I meant to do that actually when people are talking. I just got that up there, guys. If anyone wants to come on the show and has questions, that's my email on the screen. So send me an email. I'll send you a link. Sorry, go ahead.
So I used to be a Black Hebrew Israelite just as well. I want to say 2002 around that time, or 2001 actually, in that area. And so I was we didn't deal with the Old Testament. It was more so what Yahweh ben Yahweh. I mean, we didn't deal with the New Testament. It was more so Yahweh ben Yahweh. And so I got into that at a young age. And I was in it for like, I want to say probably 2 or 3 years. Well, I'm gonna say 4 years actually. And so during that time, I was a lot of things concerning a lot of hate basically. A lot of hate, against other nations, against Africans, because they sold us to the white man. That's what I was told. That's what, I was learning at that time. And so I hated the Africans. And so we used to talk about Africans, and then we used to talk about also whites just as well. And so I came up out of that because I started studying a little bit when it comes to Isaiah 53 concerning the Messiah. And so when I went and asked them about, hey, this looks like this is talking about Jesus, who, this in the New Testament. And so they couldn't answer that. And so I started going through a plethora of other scriptures in Isaiah. And so that's what made me kind of get out of that. Plus, I couldn't find myself to have a level of hatred that they wanted me to have. So I felt myself to where I was actually faking, which a lot of the Hebrew Israelites actually do, because they would never, if they seen a white baby or an African baby, let that baby starve or sit outside. Some of them might would, but a lot of them that was faking like I was, they wouldn't do those things. They would help their child out. So that's how I see myself. I see myself as being having that type of hatred in me. So I felt like I was being fake. That's when I really, I'm sorry.
Sorry, man. I was gonna say that's a good quality that you wouldn't want baby stars.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so that's not really came out of a lot of that, and became a Christian. I had a lady who used to talk to me a lot. She introduced me to her brother. He would take me to church, and from then on, I just been speaking against a lot of those ways, a lot of those falsely taught things, and ran across Vocab and Faithful and a couple other people. You know what I'm saying? But prior to that, years after down the line, like I say, it's been I met them around what's it been 4 years? Vocab probably 3 years, around 3 to 4 years, I believe.
This is kind of off topic, but someone just made a chest. Thank you. They just want to know Canada is be a part of the 144K. Like, I'll answer and get it out of the way. Just because it's super chat. Like, what do you think about that?
Me and Vocab kind of differ on that. My position is that a non-Israelite cannot be part of the 144K. That they are a evangelistical group at that time within the tribulation that brings a lot of souls to Christ.
Sorry to get you off topic. I just kind of like to try and honor those. So, but yeah, continue, man, with your story. And we were talking about B1, I think.
Vocab, you wanted to speak on that about the
Yeah. If I could drop a link, I'm gonna drop a link in the live chat because G-Con and I went on Sister Cherry's platform, and we actually discussed this exact thing. I think it was a very profitable discussion. I gave my perspective, and then G-Con shared his view, and so you get to hear both views. We discussed that passage in detail. I think we were.
What does he got to do with E1B1A? Because the sister asked him about E1B1, and he basically talked about, I was Hebrew Israelite 2002 for 4 years, and they taught me to hate people, and I didn't really feel that. I was faking the funk, and I became a Christian. Bro.
Yeah, she didn't ask for his life story.
Right. That's why I was like, speed this up and get past this, because this is ridiculous.
Well, I guess
on there for an hour.
I guess that was his version of explaining that he doesn't know nothing about E1B1A.
He Chris Harris this.
I'll send that link. I'm gonna find it right now where he's talking. I'm gonna drop in the live chat.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that was a great conversation that we definitely had. And so
So real quick,
so that's
to be
kind of like
clear,
how I
the
got
only
that.
link the Vocab drops the whole night is a link for another video. One more time, to be clear, the only link the Vocab drops the whole night is a link for another video to Sister Cherry channel.
Out of all the YouTube channels.
The question about E1B1A, like I say, that most of that's EV38, or I think they call it EV38, right? That subclass that you see is where I'm actually from, but it originates out of Africa. And so the problem is when somebody say that E1B1A is a Israelite marker, it's a problem with that, because you should at least you should at least have something that originates outside of Africa. Why? Because you wasn't Israelites, according to the biblical text, wasn't born in Africa. Yeah, they went to Africa, but they took the markers, but they wasn't born in Africa. So the closest we get is like E3 marker.
If the EV38 did in fact originate in Africa, that doesn't change the probability of the descendants of EV38 being Israelites.
Exactly.
That don't make any damn sense. Especially going the secular type route when we're saying this happened 32,000 years ago.
What did Christopher Ehret say? Semites were just a few Africans arriving into the Middle East.
Yeah, but this is what happens when you have people that stick with their dogmatic bubble and never step out of the dogmatic bubble to do any thinking. Well, that your market should definitely originate out of Africa. Says who? And these markers came into play 32,000, 40,000, 50,000 years ago. Long before there was anything called Israelite. That makes no damn sense. Your argument and your logic is not cohesive.
But then you have E1B1. The E1B1 you find to where it's going to be in the Levant area. You're going to have E1B1 in North Africa just as well. But when you look at most African Americans, they don't have, like me, I don't have E1B1, but you should have E1B1 if you say that you're an Israelite, you should have J markers, J2 markers, K markers, and most people got G markers, I markers. These are markers that originate outside of Africa.
Can you hear me? He said he doesn't have E1B1. Bro, you descend from E1B1, and you just said it's in North Africa and the Levant. E1B1 is E-P2. That's your forefather, dude.
And for the people in the back, just again, for people who this might be the first time tuning in, what does EP2 turn into?
E1B1A and E1B1B. And he said never mind.
Shout out to the big ham out in the building. You know what I'm saying?
Africa. So then they'll say on the maternal line, they'll say things like L3 markers, but they originate in Africa and then they spread across. But even with that, you still is not consistent with what we see in the Google text tracing in geographical areas of markers that that Israelites are people who are Middle Eastern have picked up on their chromosomes from these geographical locations. You go to these areas, you'll pick up mutations on your chromosome we pass down to your children, whether it's on the Y or the X chromosome. And once you accumulate those mutations, they can look at those they can look at those pairs and look at like you said, a biological clock. They call it a biological clock, to where the within the genome there was something that triggered that was different, that they might have picked up a mutation outside of the norm or either in the norm, whether it's through sexual selection, it might be through climate, diet, environment. And so you can look at some of these groups, and once you look at some of these mutations, they're outside of Africa. And so, like me, I have genes that come from also Europeans. I have like 14% European genes because my grandpa is white, my mom's dad is white, and so you can look at some of those things. Like even when you talk about like Africans, most Africans that are in West Africa, if you notice, they don't have beards. They can't grow beards, a lot of them, and that's weird. But they can't really grow it a lot. And so when you look at a lot of African Americans that do grow beards, and a lot of them have an admixture of what we see of European genes.
You know, that's a good point you bring up, because I live in Canada, and a lot of the native you guys call Native Americans, they can't grow beards or facial hair very well at all either. So
they can't grow it at all. And so when you look at that, it's a thing to where even when you look at those who had E1B1A among the Egyptians, if you look at it, a lot of them would take beards and actually paste them on their face or in their relics, or put them on their face, attach beards to their face, because they couldn't really grow beards.
So he's going with the phenotype argument that West Africans can't grow beards, and you know, I don't know what he's trying to prove with that, but if he ever just typed in the Dogon people or West African people, they have beards, and also just African Muslims in general as well, like Fulani and Hausa, but in some cases you don't want to have beards in certain parts of Africa because it's like hot. Like, what's the point of having a beard when 9 times out of 10 you wear beards because of to keep yourself warm? Don't really need a beard in tropical Africa. But regardless, there are West Africans that can have beards. They just choose not to grow.
He basically gave our ability to grow beards. He attributed that to white Europeans. They pretty much just did that. But he just killed himself because he said the E1B1A people that was in Egypt couldn't grow beards.
Which I don't know how he knows that. Like, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. What study was that?
It
sounds like you just pulled shit out your ass, like you always do. But if we can be in Egypt,
which isn't far from
Israel, is right there.
Yeah.
These people don't listen to what they're saying. If you're placing E1B1A in Egypt, which we do know it was there because Ramesses III, thank God for that discovery, right?
Facts.
The Levant is right there. Egypt is the neighbor to the Levant. Come on, man. Use your noggin.
Where did the Israelites come from after the Exodus? What country were they in?
They became a nation in Egypt.
Interesting. Where we find E1B1A. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. And so, that's what we have to look at too, just as well as consuming milk is another one. Most people who are in the Levant area are shepherds. Also, most people who are in North Africa are shepherds too. And so you kind of see that there's admixture there. But for the most part, a lot of these guys who are saying that they're Israelites, you guys need to really take a DNA test. Because if you can't go and get a snip and look at somebody who's from Arabia, because you should have markers out of those areas autosomally. If you can't get somebody who's been through these areas that Israelites have biblically been,
he said the people in Levant are shepherds. The people in North Africa are shepherds.
I guess he's never heard of the Fulani that are also shepherds.
I just don't understand that argument. People in Sub-Saharan Africa, they're not shepherds. First of all, the agriculturalists and pastoralists of Africa all have haplogroup E, and you see these traits being pushed into Sub-Saharan Africa mainly and primarily by the Bantus, which are mostly E1B1A.
And we still got West African
people are not
shepherds.
studied, man.
And we still have West African shepherds, Fulani, whom a lot of them are E1B1A, as well as other haplogroups as well mixed in. So, yeah, I don't understand this argument.
Yeah, this is called idiocy. Hey, when my coworker said this, he said, I've been in this business for a long time. He said, I've been in this business for a long time. I know stupidity when I see it.
Text and also look at extra biblical sources, then you can't say that you're an Israelite, because once we take the DNA test, we see that you're like 88% there's pure African. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with it. But at the same time, if you're going to say you're an Israelite, at least have some of these markers that came out of the areas of what biblical Israelites
Can
were.
you pause that right there? I'm sorry, we keep pausing.
That's another thing I wanted to ask you was like,
but we actually do have markers from quote unquote the Levant, the Middle East, whatever. When you look at a deep dive of your DNA, Yap Gang knows what I mean, because I've showed my DNA to them. But soon, when I release my DNA samples and when I release the different DNA companies you can use to look at ancient DNA, yeah, we have Arabian and Levantine DNA in us. It's not that hard to find. But yeah, go ahead.
West Africans in general have Levantine, Eurasian DNA. Exactly. In general, they do. But what he's teaching is not verifiable with science. Do you understand? That's what these people are not using. They're not really using science. They're doing it in a roundabout way and say, oh, well, yeah, you guys are African and the Jews have to be non-African based off what? Oh, these people originated, these markers originated in Africa and these out of Africa. That doesn't mean shit. Even if that's true, that doesn't mean anything. Any people can be migrant and develop into another group of people, or another develop as a group of people in another territory. That's not hard. All right, let me let y'all listen to the rest of this.
How do you feel about like a lot of the Hebrew Israelites that are calling like Africans disgusting, and like I think they should embrace their like African heritage, like where they come from, you know? How do you feel about that being an African American? That's what I want to ask you.
I feel really bad about that.
Can
because
you pause that?
at one point I used to do the
man.
same thing.
Pausing every
And really, it's really a thing.
I'm so sorry. I keep asking you to pause every few seconds. But what he said that about how we need to embrace our African heritage, I just want to share my screen really quick and explain to Nick that we actually are embracing an African heritage when we practice the Hebrew faith. Let me just quote from this book really quick. Sharing my screen. Again, I'm reading this because it's claimed that we're not embracing our African heritage. So this is from the book Guns, Germs, and Steel by Jared Diamond. Some of y'all may have read this in college because it's sometimes required. If you take a history class. Anyways, it says within the book, Greenberg determined that Semitic languages really form one of 6 or more branches of a much larger language family, Afroasiatic. Even the Semitic subfamily itself is mainly African. So this whole idea of, having African DNA or being in Africa doesn't make you an Israelite or Semitic. That doesn't make sense. Most Semitic languages, or a lot of them, are in Africa. Anyways, 12 of its 19 surviving languages being confined to Ethiopia. This suggests that Afroasiatic languages arose in Africa. So that includes the Semitic language and people. And that only one branch of them spread to the Near East. So here's the kicker. Hence, it may have been Africa that gave birth to the languages spoken by the authors of the Old and New Testaments and the Quran, the moral pillars of Western civilization. So in a way, you can say that the Hebrew faith, that Christianity and Islam are in a roundabout way an African culture, an Afroasiatic culture. Anyways, I just wanted to get that out because talking about embrace the African. Bro, we are embracing African culture. What are you talking about?
Hey, I'm gonna flip that argument on his head, right? Because remember, his argument was pretty much these people originated outside of inside Africa. So how the hell they gonna be Jews? Because we expect them to be non-Africans, right? Watch this real quick. We're gonna go to this not the back migration, this one here first. Let's deal with this one first. And you brought this out many times, the distribution of haplogroup E and migration routes.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yep.
There's the map. DE starts here. Where's this at? outside of Africa,
Yeah,
G-Con, ancestral
Mesopotamia.
West Eurasians. How about that? Let's read it. The frequency of Y-DNA haplogroup E in modern populations and hypothetical migration route from its ancestor clade DE in Southwest Asia, Middle East. Haplogroup E arrived in Africa about 77,000 years ago and diversified in the Horn of Africa. It arrived together with specific West Eurasian alleles and later also diffused into various Paleo-African populations. Who are the Paleo-Africans? The haplogroup A and B markers, as well as among the ancient North Africans, which were populations indigenous to North Africa and distantly related or ancestral to modern West Eurasians. Haplogroup E and D have a Middle Eastern origin, per Cabrera et al. 2018. Remember, he's like, oh, these are the scientists, these are geneticists. They're professionals. They concede to the geneticists, right? Okay, concede to this point, G-Con. Haplogroup E migrated into Africa as part of a massive migration of basal Eurasians, ancestral West Eurasians, and then diffused and diversified within Africa, specifically the Horn of Africa. Haplogroup DE next to CF were the basal Eurasian lineages which expanded from the Middle East. The common ancestral lineage Y-DNA atom is suggested to have originated somewhere in the Middle East or the Iranian plateau, per Arneson et al. 2020. The reversal of human phylogeny, Homo left Africa as erectus, came back as sapiens sapiens. I actually shared an image from this article, and somebody got pissed off because actually he has all of our common ancestors emanating from Central Asia instead of Africa. It says here, massive Eurasian migration and following admixture create the many different African populations of today and are the reason of high genetic diversity observed in sub-Saharan Africa. We find evidence for substantial migration from ancestors of present-day Eurasians into African groups about 70,000 years ago. This event accounts for previously unexplained genetic diversity of African populations and supports the existence of novel population substructure in the late Middle Paleolithic. Our results indicate that our species' demographic history around the Out of Africa event is more complex than previously appreciated. In other words, modern African people, sub-Saharan Africans, formed from indigenous Paleo-African groups and intrusive Afrasians, basal Eurasians, and ancient North Africans. Finally, there is the fact that Y haplogroup E is dominant among non-hunter-gatherers in Africa. Remember, he was talking about, where are the shepherds? We are the non-hunter-gatherers of Africa, man. And it's within the Eurasian clade DE, while indigenous African hunter-gatherers belong to haplogroups A00. Shout out to my boy Rob Bourne. And haplogroup B, Pure Cole et al. 2021.
Very recent.
Yeah, I'm about to read this one too. Ancient admixture into Africa from the ancestors of non-Africans, and see also the massive basal Eurasian back migration. So check this out. So basically he said, how could they be Jews if they're African and not non-African? Well, actually, our haplogroup actually is non-African if you use the Eurasian model, right? So then what's going to be the excuse after that, G-Con? So let's go to the other point, autosomally, right? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it.
What did he say about autosomal? Again, just refresh.
He basically said the Jews have autosomal DNA that's Eurasian, pretty much.
Oh, he doesn't know that it's Hurrian. I mean, he doesn't know that it's.
Yep, right here, the less gene flow. So let me share this next article. I don't know why it won't let me just jump from tab to tab like it was before.
Yeah. I was always trying to figure out how to do that, but I never could.
Yeah, and it wasn't no trick to it or nothing like that. So in this paper, I give you the title here in a minute about the back migration. The last article referenced this paper, right? So it's less gene flow to Central and South African hunter-gatherers. So this is talking about the Eurasian gene flow. We infer substantial Eurasian back migration into all African groups. We infer substantial Eurasian back migration into all African groups. G-Con, we have been traveling back and forth from Eurasian Africa for thousands and thousands of years. Now watch this. It's going to give you a separation. However, the inferred IMFs for individuals from Khoisan populations are significantly lower than any other group. Why? Because the Khoisan will be the AAOO and B. They will be your Paleo-Africans. They are the ones that are actually autochthonous to Africa. They don't have that much of a Eurasian introgression. It says to further support this observance, we use the MSMC to estimate that the relative cross-correlation rate for several populations and find evidence for gene flow between Yorubans, these are West Africans, and Eurasians that is not shared with Khoisan individuals and either the SGPD and the HGDP. These results are consistent across Eurasian donor population. The Khoisan individuals, are particular outliers whose ancestors are inferred to have experienced approximately half the amount of admixture seen in Nilo-Saharan and Niger-Kordofan groups. In addition, we find that the Mbuti Bayaka, both Central African hunter-gatherer populations show level of Eurasian gene flow that are intermediate between levels observed the Khoisan and the Yorubans. So Yorubans have a lot more than the hunter-gatherers, right? Why? Because these Yorubans in times past have been traveling from Eurasia into Africa. This is what the evidence is pointing us.
I can actually show a chart as well when you're done reading of how that would look on a chart.
Right. Let me finish reading this. It said this is mirrored by inferred IMFs for Central African hunter-gatherers, which are significantly lower than the Niger-Kordofan groups, possibly reflecting the proposed early split times of Mbuti and Bayaka from the remainder of ancestral African populations between 60 and 200,000 years ago. And this is the article here. Let me go up. The name of the article is Ancient Admixture into Africa from the Ancestors of Non-Africans. Remember, that was his key. Oh, they had to start non-Africa. They had to be non-Africans to be considered Israelites, which I don't know how he even came to that conclusion. But even if we lower our handicap or raise his, he still loses the argument. It says genetic diversity across human populations have been shaped by demographic history, making it possible to infer demographic events from distant genomes. However, demographic inferences in the ancient past is difficult, particularly around the outer African event in the late Middle Paleolithic, a period of profound importance to our species history. Here we present SMC, a Bayesian method for inference of time-varying population size and directional migration rates under the correlations with recombination model to study ancient demographic events. We find evidence for substantial migration from the ancestors of present-day Eurasians into African groups between 40 and 70,000 years ago, predating the divergence of Eastern and Western Eurasian lineages. This event accounts previously unexplained genetic diversity in African populations and supports the existence of novel population substructure in the late Middle Paleolithic. Our results indicate that our species' demographic history around the outer African event is more complex than previously appreciated. All right, go ahead, brother.
All right, so what Yeshub just read, hold on, waiting for the screen to change real quick. Really quick.
Oh, I see it. That's it right there?
Yep, that's it. So what he just read right there, ancient admixture into Africa from the ancestors of non-Africans. But up here, we're going to read this, and then here's the chart. So massive Eurasian migration into Africa associated with the spread of haplogroup DE, that's us, and its subclade E, as well as D0. And out of Eurasia, the reversal of human phylogeny. Excuse me. A new study, and this is from Cole et al. 2020, concluded that there was a massive migration of non-African Eurasians back into Africa about 7,000 years ago, spreading the Eurasian haplogroups such as E and its parent DE within Africa after additional waves of Eurasian admixture. Modern Africans thus are descendant of Paleo-Africans and Afro-Sans, which merged in Africa between 70,000 years to 40,000 years ago. And so over here is just a section from the paper that Yeshub read. The proposed admixture from ancestors of present-day non-Africans is identified in green. And so this is the non-African gene. It says it right here, actually. And so you see it goes first into East Africans, because obviously I think we all know East Africans are pretty highly mixed with non-African DNA. And then the next people it goes to is who? West Africans. And then the reason why pygmies, like the I forgot how you say these people, the Bainka and the Mbatwi, the reason why these pygmy populations have some Eurasian DNA is because they get it from the West Africans. You see these arrows pointing to West Africans that says West African admixture. So so really these the West African and East African populations are likely those E marker Eurasians coming into Africa, and they mix with the Paleo Africans, who are your pygmies and your Khoisanes. So hopefully I said that in a way that's understood. So yeah, and by the way, when I have my series on the origins of Afro-Asiatics, some people wonder, why do I talk about Semites coming from Africa? Isn't that evolution, out of Africa, all that type of stuff? The reason why I have those videos dealing with, Afro-Asiatics coming from Africa, haplogroup E having an African origin rather than a Eurasian origin, is just in case you run into people like GCon who say, oh, E comes from Africa, therefore it's impossible for you to be Semitic. No, even if E comes from Africa, you can still make the claim of having Semitic ancestry, because there are literal papers that talk about E coming from, or talk about Semites coming from Africa. And the same is in reverse, where I have videos talking about Natufians, a Natufian origin of Semites, or Arabian origin of Semites in the Middle East. And we have, as we can see, DE and E coming from the Middle East into Africa. So no matter if you go with an African origin for E or a Eurasian origin for E, I want y'all to have the information to basically prove either way that you can still be descendant of Semites, no matter how they try to spin it.
Right. Even in that paper, it states verbatim that all of that Eurasian DNA, the migration rates from Eurasia to Africa are substantially higher than in the opposite direction, consistent with the findings. So basically, most of the evidence is pointing towards a migration from Eurasia into Africa. There's no way around it. That's what this article is about.
Right. And the evidence really does, in all honesty, does point to a Eurasian origin rather than out of Africa. But yeah.
And they put it 40 to 70,000 years ago. What haplogroups was in existence 40 to 70,000 years ago? It wasn't no damn J.
Yeah, it's two.
J wasn't even in existence yet. We know what haplogroup that is, because the groups they're showing you, these Niger-Cordorfian and Nilo-Saharans, are predominantly haplogroup E. These are they're saying haplogroup E is pretty much Eurasian, right? So
we know for a fact its brother is Eurasian, haplogroup D.
Exactly.
You almost find D nowhere in Africa. Only one D was found in Africa compared to all the D in East Asia.
Exactly, man. And it even says this predates East and West Eurasian divergence. So it lets you know exactly what paragroup is talking about. It's DE, man. But anyway, let's get back to this video. This is way over their head. This is way over their head, Ivory.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the real question is, can we blame them? Have they read these studies, or should we blame them because they haven't read these studies?
We should blame them because they don't even want to read these studies.
I mean, sure, they don't got to read anything. Just watch my videos. No, I'm playing.
Because it goes against their dogma. That's why. Let's go back to that video.
Of self-hate, and also you have to understand that when people have been taken into servitude or taken into slavery, they want to identify with something, and so because they want to identify with something, I want to identify with something. That's the first thing to where I will identify with. Why? Because when you look at the biblical text, it explains servitude not just from a black perspective, but from a perspective of human beings, of why human beings became servants in the first place. And so once you look at that, you identify.
So real quick, this is something that I want to get clear to people. And when my Yap family gets a hold of this, they're going to rip this to shreds. Like, I've been quiet on this because there's been a lot to talk about, but I'm going to let my Yap family get to it. But so this is where I can't fault Nick on not having the proper understanding of there being Israelites in West Africa historically, right? No matter what number you want to argue on, you can't deny that historically that is the case. So not only is vocab on there, but there's GCon on there. Shout out to GCon. Like, I got no beef with GCon, but this is where he's 1,000,000% incorrect. Like, unfortunately, my man GCon is speaking above his pay grade right here, right? So he's talking about like you should expect to see Israelites with an Israelite or with the haplogroup that comes from outside of Africa or the Levant or something like that, right? And just a little while ago, he was asked about E1B1A and starts talking about E1B, right? i.e. EP2, and says that you can find EP2 in the Levant and also in North Africa. Again, he was just talking about E1B1A, i.e. like EV38, etc. And all them kind of things. And he's not giving you he's not giving you what the science says about the origins of E1B1A or any of those things there. He's giving you conjecture, right? But here's what he's definitely not giving you. He's not giving you the fact that EP2 or E1B, as he was talking about, which was like he says is found in Levant and in North Africa. He's not telling you that the next mutation from that is it either splits into E1B1A or E1B1B. So wherever you find EP2, you find the potential for the E1B1A mutation. So because someone's E1B1A, that doesn't negate the fact that they can be connected to EP2. It does not negate that concept. But that nuance isn't being broken down. Like, so my man Vocab was going through papers talking about the Cohen model haplotype, right? And getting into the minutiae nuance of all that, but was not given the flip arguments and given the same nuance to the other arguments with it, like what needs to be done here. So I can't fault my man Nick for not understanding the information, because like right now Nick's just answering an honest question. Like, so why don't they just connect to their African heritage or whatnot? And here's the false dichotomy. The false dichotomy is that connecting to that you can't be Israelite and African, or that an Israelite tradition is un-African, because they're negating the fact that there was an Israelite tradition in West Africa. So the assumption is that you're not an Israelite, you're West African. So just practice something that's West African and has nothing to do with the Israelite tradition. And that's getting they're doubling down on that concept with the misinformation of EP2 has no connection to E1B1A. Doubling down on it. So like, yeah, at one point, like my family's gonna look at this whole thing and tear this whole thing apart. But this is very important to understand. And again, this plays into the misunderstanding that Nick and Joe have about there being no Israelites of West African descent or in West Africa, etc. Hence, they reject the claim out of hand when Gideon talks about the concept coming from West Africa. And I'm going to keep playing.
Identify with that. And once you identify with it, you can identify with the servitude, which is fine. But this is not just a Israelite thing. This is not just a black thing. Servitude came into place after the fall of Adam. When you look at Adam, when he fell, he became into servitude, whether if he's tilling the ground, for harsh times. So
can you
if there's a servant that can help his task a little bit easier, that's what most human beings was looking at, to make it easier on them because of these harsh times and the curse of the earth. So when you look at that, I felt really bad to look and see and say that I can look at my ancestors and really say I hate them, and then say, well, I don't come from them because of certain things of how they live. Well, I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna let Vocab go in. But when you look at African cultures, when you look at cultures that are not just African cultures, but cultures who are more so, I'm gonna say, more so nature bound, naturally bound. A lot of these people, they live off the land, and a lot of things that we care about as Americans, as being civilized, we do so more so of destroying the earth just as well. You know what I'm saying? And even though they live more so in a primitive way, it's more so closely to a natural based type of lifestyle, and there's nothing wrong with that. Whereas we get upset with that. Can you pause real quick? These people are so primitive, or whatever case may be, which is not a bad thing. But then also,
I have a question. What does this have to do with E1B1A?
I don't know, man. These boys be preaching, bro. These boys be preaching. I don't know. As zero, nada, nilch.
Yeah, I'm a bit just a little confused.
I'm falling asleep on these guys.
Oh man, this is what pastors do, man. They preach you to sleep, bro. It don't go to Paul writing where it says the dude fell asleep in the middle of him talking. The reason why he fell asleep because it was late at night. That's when you take your ass to sleep at night, right? They were tired. They were working all day. I mean, not working, but they were just the Sabbath had ended, and then they went over there, had a long day, and he decided to give a sermon, I guess. Then he fell asleep. You know what I'm saying? He said they sound like they want to be on the. Yeah, they do. These dudes is preaching, man.
Yeah. When you look at people who are civilized, that's a great thing if they civilized. To each his own. for the most part, I'm not going to judge somebody because I realize that I say, well, these people may be on a sense they're not dealing with modern science, or they're not dealing with certain things. They may be dealing with some type of tradition or whatever the case may be. But for the most part, I'm not ashamed of who I come from or where I come from, because when I look at what the traditionally what Africans have brought forth, you have your Africans that have also been high advanced in civilization for us East Africans and North Africans. And then we start talking about people who went farther west. They didn't deal with a lot of gold. Really didn't mean too much to them to where they'll trade it for gold. They use it for their idols, whereas we do certain things with gold, whatever the case may be, or silvers. And so I'm not ashamed of none of those things. I leave it to each his own, but for the most part, in Christ is where I basically identify at. And that's what was best for me too. When I read the Bible, I found that my identity to be in Christ. Now I'm gonna say this, and people might get upset with what I'm about to say, but Christ is asking you to do something normally that a person who's been traditionally rooted in their ancestors' types of beliefs that they wouldn't want to do, and that he's asking you to follow him. And so when he asks you to follow him, a lot of those traditions that wasn't right traditions that Christ is asking you to lay those things down, like Paul did. A lot of these traditions are certain things that he counted it as dumb to come to Christ. And so that's one of the things that whether you're black, whether you're white, whoever culturally, whoever you are, when you're a Christian, you ought to take on what Christ is doing, what he's doing, what the biblical text tell us through his epistles, what the Spirit of God is telling you to bear witness of the word of God through the gospel. And that's what we should take on. And so I don't have no problem with looking at a person saying, I'm not really ashamed of that, but at the same time, I do need to transition and really walk with Christ and really take on that lifestyle, because ultimately, when you get to the end times, the Bible says that everyone is going to take on the ways of be conformed to the image of the Son. So that's something we might want to think about. Yeah, you might be holding on those things right now, but when you come to Christ, you need to count a lot of those things as dumb, and really follow Christ. Not saying that a lot of those things are wrong, because some of those things that we see, the natural man have things that are concerning God, it is in him by nature. But a lot of those other things it's just not really good. So that's what I got to say about that.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. That was awesome.
I can comment from a comment. Great job, guys. But this is what we get. Hamite Queen said, I thought there were going to be DNA specialists here. Okay, let's pretend the ones that they were quoting were here. Would that change anything? Did you get anything out of this?
I mean, shoot,
So this is where I got a huge problem with some of the So this is where me and G-Con got to square something away. Yeah. And so G-Con, I'm gonna search you out, bro, because we got to have this conversation in public, fam. We got to talk this one out. So I want to go back to something that was said. So my G Nick said, why don't they just identify with their African heritage or whatnot? Okay. So how many of them would be Christian coming from West Africa? How many would be Muslim coming from West Africa? How many would be Jewish coming from West Africa? How many would be practicing African spirituality coming from West Africa? How many would be practicing Reformed Christianity coming from West Africa? Absolutely zero. Absolutely zero. But you know what we can't show? All right, quick. Let me do it to you like this. We can show via documentation that there were Christians in West Africa, but they had nothing to do with the Greco-Roman or Roman Catholic or Reformed Christian tradition. Nothing to do with it. And that they were living in Muslim lands and eventually converted to Islam. We can show this firmly in the Arabic sources in West Africa, recorded by the Muslims. I've shown this stuff on my channel multiple times. Yeah. We can clearly see that in West Africa, in a kingdom called Takrur, that there was a Christian part of West Africa. And y'all can pause this up and read this stuff as you want. I'm not going to read this stuff. I'm just going to let it be in the background as I'm talking. But there's a Christian kingdom of Takrur that is rich in gold, so rich that they supply a Muslim king with so much gold that when he goes on Hajj and goes to Egypt on his way to Mecca, he drops so much gold that it affects the gold price for a decade. And that king says, yeah, like we can't make the gold mines produce. Like someone asked him, why don't you just go take the gold mines from the people in Takrur? He's like, nah, like A, they're Christians there, but B, like we tried taking it before. And when we take the mines don't produce like when they have control of it. So we let them take control of it and we take the taxation basically. And they're so powerful that they're even being said to be oppressive in the area. That they're actually being able to push back on the Muslim dominance of the area. And this is before Western colonial contact. And this is an area, Takrur is in between Senegal and Mauritania. Now, here's the inconvenient truth about these sources. These same sources talk about a Jewish kingdom to the south of Takrur called Lamlam. These same Arabic sources break down all kind of migrations from places like Yemen, etc., to where you see Jewish and Christian populations and whatnot. So when you go look at these areas where people were taken from, what were they practicing? They were practicing Islam. They were practicing Judaism. They were practicing a non-Western form of Christianity. And they were practicing African spiritual traditions. And we know for a fact, as I showed you earlier, let me do it again. Let me do it again. When people came off the slave ships, we see these practices. We see these practices here in the Americas, in low country Christianity traditions, looking very much so out of the Bible or out of an Eastern tradition. So when there's this talk about people rejecting their African tradition, see, this is where people like G-Con and Vocab need to step in. Like, well, you know what? Historically speaking, there were Jews in this area, there were Christians in this area, all them kind of things. And that connecting to this thing, like, so check this out: is Ethiopian Christianity not an African tradition? Is Coptic Christianity not an African tradition? Is the Ethiopian Jewish tradition not an African tradition? Is the Moroccan Jewish tradition not an African tradition? Is the Egyptian tradition not an African tradition? Y'all break it down for me. Y'all break it down for me. I need to understand. So were the Jews in Lamlam, was that not African Jewish tradition? Or were they Orthodox European Jews living in West Africa? Or somehow some Mizrahi Jews who were no longer Mizrahi Jews in West Africa? This I need to understand, fam. Were the Christians in Takrur, were they practicing Reformed Christianity? Were they monophysite? Were they diphysite? But here's what we know. We know that coming off them slave ships, fam, we see these practices here. We see a full tradition. A full tradition. So if I practice this, am I anti-African? Am I denying my African heritage? If I choose to walk away from Calvinism, from the Catholic Church and from Protestant Christianity and do this, am I rejecting Christianity? Or would you be cool with it because this is an African form that came off the slave ship that my people were documented as practicing? That my people were documented as practicing. This comes out of their mouth, from their oral tradition. This is what they told me through their story and their tongue, what they practice. Now, right now, if I want to go back to doing anything that looks like this, I'm being told that I'm a Judaizer in this whole piece. But you know what? This looks strikingly similar to Christianity in Ethiopia. Strikingly similar to the types of Christianity that were coming over to West Africa at certain portions of time, and certain migrations and whatnot. And what's ironic is we're getting back migrations to the same places. There's people in Ethiopia right now called Takarir because they're being called the people of Takrur from West Africa, migrating back to Ethiopia. And what the Ethiopians call them is their ancient West African name of Takrur. So they call them Takarir. And you know what? When the Takrur go to Ethiopia, they find a Christianity that don't look too different from this here. Like what people say, the most Jewish looking of Christianities. The most Jewish looking of Christianities. So again, I say, is that not an African tradition? So when it comes to this right here, Nick, I'm not even mad at you. You should have got better information right here. You don't know this here. And people like G-Con and Vocab, right? They know. So G-Con knows people like me and the people I run with. Vocab is very well aware of me and the people I run with. This information is out there. This information is on my channel. I'm putting this stuff out there. I got no issue repping Christianity in the sense that, like, you know what, that's actually, like, when people, like, when the conscious community says that's not an African tradition. No, it's an African tradition, man. And y'all just denied that it was. That's why my man G-Con had come through. Well, my identity's in Christ and blah blah. That's not good enough, man. Don't tell me that when Vocab gets to be Italian, when you call yourself Big Hamite. Don't tell me that when BK apologist gets to be Puerto Rican. when Faithful gets to be Puerto Rican. Don't tell me that when my G gets to be Canadian. Don't tell me that when everyone gets to have a nationality, but the people of the scrolls and stuff. Don't tell me that the West African Israelite tradition is the only one that people can't claim a connection to. If you come from North Africa, you can. If you come from Europe, you can. You can find the Jews you connect to. If you come from the Middle East, you can. Hell, if you come from India, you can. But if you come from West Africa, you can. East Africa, you can. South Africa, but not East Africa, not West Africa. Someone got to explain to me why. If Jews made it to West Africa, how come they don't get to have progeny? And how come their progeny doesn't get to connect to the tradition? Like right now, we're living. Y'all are giving me some Twilight Zone episodes where like the Igbo Jews are being identified as Jews by a proper Beit Din, by a Sephardic Beit Din at that. Knowing doggone well, like the very people in this low country, fam. Igbos are getting shipped there. It's part of the genetic infrastructure of the people here. You tell me they don't connect to it? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. But better information needs to come out from the mouths of the Christian apologists and urban apologists themselves, fam. Because your false dichotomies, fam. If the camps start remixing what me and my people are saying about genetics and history and start using it on y'all got nothing at that juncture. Like we're being nice with it. Me and mines are being nice with it. We're not even coming for y'all with the information. We're just trying to give it to our people. Don't let these camps remix this stuff. There's people trying to remix my stuff already, remix my people's stuff already, fam. And we see them doing it. When they get proficient at that joint, fam, like if I wanted to be a gaslighter and fallacious and just come at y'all and just like really like be rah-rah about it, like it's not hard to get a big channel. I gotta be anti-Ashkenazi Jew. And from then on, fam, I gotta be anti the church. I gotta say that we're the real people of the book. And let me start remixing my own information in a fallacious way to start gaslighting y'all with actual history and actual genetics. Y'all wouldn't stand a chance, fam. Y'all wouldn't stand. If me and mines had the camp mentality with our information, it'd be a wrap. A, we'd be swimming in dough. And B, we'd be swimming in followers. The camps are already passing y'all up, and they don't even have our information, fam. They're just going off the fact that y'all are coming at them like hypocrites. And that's what this stuff sounds like. So when my G says, why don't they just be satisfied with being African? How do you feel about them denying their African heritage? And then G-Con comes back with saying, yeah, I find my identity in Christ. Wait a minute. So is that or is that not your African heritage? I'm trying to understand. Is that you accepting your African heritage or denying your African heritage? Because I'm out here defending the fact that you can be African and Christian as part of your day.
Damn, that's a great point. More, that's a great point. Since we ain't got shit to do with Judeo-Christians, you claiming Christ would be a denial of your African heritage because you just made a whole spiel and argument that we're trying to identify with something that has nothing to do with Africans. That was a dagger, man. That was a kill shot.
Yapping these meals for everybody, fam. Are y'all? Because you didn't even tell him that. You didn't tell that to Nick. And that's why I can't be mad at Nick on this one, because he's not getting the full picture. He's getting a false dichotomy. Starting at a fallacy. Where's he going to end? A fallacy. Starting at a fallacy. Where's he going to end? A fallacy. Yeah, y'all can leave it there if you want to, man. So I'm going to play this out a little bit longer. Then I'm going to stop it. But yeah, when my peoples get into it, fam, I promise you, we're going to tear this apart a little bit. Because again, it's an obvious false dichotomy when it comes to the genetics. So much so that there's Christian people on Vocab side that are starting to favor things outside of what Vocab's saying here about the Kohimoto haplotype, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In the E versus J conversation. So it's gonna be interesting when they come on, fam. It's gonna be interesting when they cover this information. Shout out to Abu. Super interesting. I'm going back and be on another play. But G-Con, yeah, I gotta track you down, fam, because we do gotta clear this one up. Because that kind of statement right there is something that's we as people of African descent got to do better when we're going out in public and being the face for such. Because my man's asking me, well, how do you feel about that? So he's looking to you to tell him what's cool and what's not cool about the thing, right? What's acceptable, what's not acceptable, right? And what needs to be understood is like, you know what? The people coming off the slave ships were Christians, Muslims, Jews, and doing African spirituality. All of those are African traditions. So I can't knock people for wanting to being Israelites. Like that's not an African tradition. Now I can knock the One West people for having like the dirty Hamite concept. I can definitely say that. And G-Con knows we agree with that concept because G-Con knows that we've debated the One West cats with him on his channel. And I've moderated debates with him for him on Debates All For You. And when he was part of the War Machine, we was getting in all day with on them concepts, right? So G-Con knows for a fact that there's people who don't rock with the dirty Hamite concept. And that needs to get clarified for the people, fam. So GCon and vocab could have done better in this situation. Because people like Nick just coming into this thing doesn't know any better for him. And again, where he's coming from, bro, there's like seven people calling themselves Israelites. And we talked to all 7 of them on GCon's channel. You feel what I'm saying? And GCon knows that. And GCon very well knows that. And GCon knows Ibri. He knows Yeshu, Genesis 49ers or whatnot. He knows the Yap Gang. He knows the whole model. Faithful knows him. Abu knows about him. Vocab knows about him. This could have very, very easily been a well-rounded conversation where a lot of information was brought out. But again, it's a false dichotomy. And that's the recipe for failure going further. And not just for urban apologists, for everybody in the game. Because again, it keeps this tit for tat. Like, oh man, see, they're painting the false dichotomy. And they don't want to point to the truth even when it's coming out, just because it's coming out of our mouths. Which points to we get to complain, or people get to complain about being treated like a victim because they are being victimized. They are being oppressed in a situation. You can't take the truth from them just because it's them. Nah, fam. But anyway, going for it. I'm gonna let it play.
So we have to be a specialist to come talk. We can't read a book.
Sounds like GCon actually.
This is what I want
quite a bit.
I know, but this is that silliness, guys. I'm trying to really further the conversation here. You know for sure, no one you're listening to on that side is a specialist. So you expect that here, number one. And number two, be gracious. These guys are giving us knowledge. So I'll say that.
Yeah, it's funny because
can you pause that?
But the other guy, I don't want to think specialist.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, you should.
We're not specialists, but what we want to do is to show you what the specialist is saying.
You can't. Yeah. So he's like, what the guy just said. You know, that he. Just go back a little bit. I don't want to represent what he said. Just go back.
GCon actually.
This is what I want
quite a bit.
I know, but this is that silliness, guys. I'm trying to really further the conversation here. You know for sure, no one you're listening to on that side is a specialist. So you expect that here, number one. And number two, be gracious. These guys are giving us knowledge. So
all right, so
yeah, it's funny because
can you pause it? He says that they're given knowledge and that no one on our side's a specialist, but they didn't even break down or show any genetic papers dealing anything with E1B1A. And so of course the person who asked the question are like confused. You didn't give them any information. That's why they're asking you, you know, where's a specialist or a geneticist or something, because you didn't give them anything. I just want to point that out, that they're not giving any information. They're just giving rhetoric.
Yeah, all of it from the beginning was rhetoric, just to reaffirm their position. That's all. We don't do that, man. Again, we not know-it-alls, we show-it-alls.
I thought they'd be specialists, but the other guy, I don't want to think specialist.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's like
we're not specialists, but what we want to do is to show you what the specialist is saying. That's why there's an article that I actually want to bring out.
Do that.
It talks about Ashkenazi Jews, which is an article to where if you look at it, it says it comes from surprise Ashkenazi Jews are genetically European, and this is one of the ones that most Black Hebrew Israelites are going to go to. This was by Tia Goose, assistant manager editor, right? But there's an abstract to this. It comes up out of Live Science. It goes back to another article, but I'm going to read this one here. They both say the same thing, but I want to key in on I'm going to screen share here, and I'm going to let you guys see this. And let me know if you can see. Can you guys see that?
As soon as I add it, yep, now we can.
All right, so this is the article right here. It comes out of Live Science, but it says surprise Ashkenazi Jews are genetically European. And this is one of the articles that they'll pull up and they'll read from this and just get it all wrong. And that's the problem. When they start talking about DNA and we go read what they pull up, it's not saying what they're saying. And this is not saying what they're saying. Now, most people are going to give you what you call the Ashkenazis or Khazarians. That's what they're going to tell you, right? But I want to read this real quick. It says the origin of Ashkenazi Jews who come mostly recently from Europe has largely been shrouded in mystery. But a new study suggests that at least their maternal, once it says maternal lineage, this is not paternal, this is maternal, this comes from their mother's side, may derive largely from Europe. Now, if anybody know anything about Jews, right? Within the diaspora, both of them, Jews left their homeland, and a lot of them, according to the law, will be split up from their families, and their women will be given off to their slave masters. So clearly, according to the law, we do know that would happen. So if a Jew is found in himself to be native of a land of, I want to say India and certain, like the Koshin Jews, they're going to take on the women that are in those vicinities. And that's going to be what's on their maternal line. So when you start looking at it, they're going to look like people of India. Why? Because on their maternal line, you see
Exactly, but this article is written in that manner because modern Ashkenazi Jews believe that Jewishness is transmitted through the mother. So therefore, if the mothers are not quote unquote Jewish but European, that poses an ideological problem for them. That's why these
Yeah.
articles are written and framed that way.
Yeah, so so if they're going through, if they're using the mother's lineage, proving that you're an Israelite, but the mother's lineage is European, they're really not even knowing it, but saying that they're maternally European.
Which negates their Jewishness.
Exactly. And what's the title of the paper?
They're European.
Bingo.
The child comes from about, and they take on a wife from India, then you see clearly that them parents come down, he's gonna look like his father or his mother. Either way, that what they found out is most Jews look like the people who took them into captivity. Why? Because on their maternal side, they're closely related to the people that are native of those lands where they was taken to. So let's look what it says here. Well, the finding may seem intuitive. It contradicts the notion that the European Jews mostly descend from people who left Israel in the Middle East around 2,000 years ago. Instead, a substantial portion of the population originated from local Europeans who converted to Judaism. Now remember, this is the maternal lineage. It says study to co-author Martin Richards, an archaeogeneticist at the University of Huddersfield in England. It says little is known about the history of Ashkenazi Jews before they were expelled from the Mediterranean and settled in what is now Poland around the 12th century. On average, all Ashkenazi Jews are genetically as closely related to each other as fourth and fifth cousins, said Dr. Harry Oysterer, a pathology, pediatrics, and genetics professor of Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York and author of Legacy and Genetic History of Jewish Population, Oxford University Press 2012, right? But what I want y'all to key in, I'm going to jump down some more. Let's go to, somebody got echo in the back. I think they moved around.
Oh, sorry. I muted myself by accident.
It says, but depending on whether the lineage gets traced through maternal or paternal DNA or through the rest of the genome, researchers get very different answers for whether Ashkenazis originally came from Europe or the Near East. Watch this. Past research found that 50% to 8% of DNA from the Y chromosome, from the Ashkenazi Y chromosome, which is used to trace the male lineage, watch this, originated in the Near East, Richard said. So when we talk about those J1 markers, J2 markers, we talk about different E1, B1 markers you see that come from Moroccan Jews, also other Jews, Mizraim Jews, Mountain Jews, Elam Jews. These are markers that you see that have J1, J2 markers that we see that are traced back from what we see Near East and also from Middle East, what we call the Levant area today. It says, which is used to trace the male lineage originating in the Near East, Richard said, that supported a story where Jews came from Israel, largely excused intermarriage when they settled in Europe, the Holy Land. So when you look at the European Jews, they look like Europeans, right? And some of them look like also those who are from the Levant areas are either people who are from the Middle East or Near East, right? And so when you look at what you call other Jews, Mizraim Jews, they look like people that are of Egypt. When you look at Moroccan Jews, they look like people that are of North Africa. All of them look like the people who they went to. Why? Because as we see with an example that happened with Ashkenazi Jews, they took on women in those areas. And we know you're going to look like your mother, father, if not both of them. So it can be that an Ashkenazi Jew who is a European Jew can look exactly like the Europeans. Why? Because as you see on their maternal line, they took on women from those areas. And when those alleles are passed down, it's going to have mutations on both sides. Why? And also that X marker that is passed down. So look what it says here. But historical documents tell a slightly different tale. Based on accounts, such as those of Jewish historian Flavius Josephus, by the time of the destruction of the Second Temple in AD 70, as many as 6 million Jews were living in the Roman Empire. That's where they was living at. But outside Israel, mainly in Italy and Southern Europe. In contrast, only about 500,000 lived in Judea, said Oysterer, who was not involved in the new study. The major Jewish communities were outside Judea, Oysterer told the live stream. Now, most people might look at it and say, well, here's the maternal DNA. It tells you right here. Richard and his colleagues analyzed mitochondrial DNA, the woman's side, which is contained in the cytoplasm of the egg and passed down only from the mother from more than 3,500 people throughout the Near East, the Caucasus, and Europe, including Ashkenazi Jews. The team found that 4 founders were responsible for 40% of Ashkenazi, watch this, mitochondrial DNA, and that all of these founders originate in Europe. The majority of the remaining people could be traced to other European lineages. And all told, more than 80% of the maternal lineages of Ashkenazi Jews could be traced to Europe, with only a few lineages originated in the Near East. So that's on the maternal side when you read this article. We just read on the paternal side that they have DNA that comes back from the Near East. It originates from the Near East. You can't get past it. You can't escape that. So this is an article that you want to check out. You can. I'm gonna put this in the chat room, and you guys can check that out and go from there with that. And the rest of this article out. And you know, that's really what I got to say on that part. And the vocab, if you want to add to that, you can say something to anybody else or whatever.
Well, you kind of brought up the Khazars. I guess maybe we should. I mean, I don't know if people kind of understand what that hypothesis is all about. I mean, so a lot of times you'll have people who want to displace any given modern Jewish population, and they'll say, well, they're really Khazars. And you know, there was a kingdom that there's some historical evidence that they kind of had a mass conversion into Judaism. And I think this would be kind of roughly in the area around maybe what's called modern day Georgia. In fact, when they do genetic studies on this, since we don't really know exactly what a Khazar is, I think they use sort of the Georgians as an analog genetically. And G-Con can correct me about some of this stuff. And then what happens is people say, well, modern day Jews are actually Khazars. Now, there's a few things with that, because what they're trying to say is these folks aren't really Jews. They're actually Khazarians. So they're actually converts. So they're imposters. Well, that would only affect, even if like the kind of theory was true, the question is, how does that explain all of modern day Jewry? Because you could explain it from certain populations or something like that, and from a certain point going forward. But how would you explain all of modern day Jewry? So how would that explain these long-standing communities in Iraq and Iran, for example, the Baghdadi Jews, as they're called, out of Iraq, and the Persian Jews or Iranian Jews? How would explain them, who are these long-standing communities who have been there since captivity? So how would that do that? It wouldn't explain certain parts. There's also a question of numbers. So how many Khazars converted, right? And you know, so the point is that with the Khazarian theory, there's some truth to it, meaning there were Khazars who converted, but we don't really know the numbers. And then it doesn't explain everything, and it doesn't explain anything before. So sometimes they'll read Revelation and be like, look, they're imposters, they're Khazars. Well, hold on. The Revelation 2:9, written in the 1st century, how would this later conversion, kind of in the beginning of the medieval era, whenever it was, how is that going to explain Revelation 2:9-3:9 when it's writing in the 1st century? It wouldn't, because it wouldn't be Khazars yet, even if it's true. But it appears you're talking a small percentage of modern day Jewish population, like the Ashkenazi. Maybe there's 3% from the analysis I heard that could have what looks to be some kind of version of Khazarian DNA. And again, some of this is speculative, because it's like, what do we know who they were? But go ahead.
Let me say this real quick. I'm a screen share, and I want to add to that really quick.
Yeah, go back and forth, man. Just go back and forth. Whatever you got, just boom, 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 boom. I'm not really presenting like I was kind of in the beginning, G-Con, so I'm just whatever. Yeah.
We also got a caller, guys. So
okay, there's G-Con says what he wants to say.
Okay, can you guys see my screen real quick?
All right, let me share this article real quick in response to what was said, because they pretty much trying to validate J markers. So let's educate these people on the up-to-date information on J markers real quick.
Oh, that's what he was saying that whole time, was trying to make J.
Yeah, well, LeRoy was saying it. He kind of lammy backed off of it. Then he went into some other stuff dealing with the Khazarian BS, which we know is not a valid argument, right?
Right.
So this paper is the genomic history of the Middle East from Sale. It talks about Middle Easterns do not have ancestry from early out of African expansion. Basal Eurasian African ancestry and Arabians deplete their Neanderthal ancestry. Population experience bottlenecks, overlapping aridification events. The Levantine population, they had a bottleneck that happened 4,200 years ago, which is, we know why that happened, right? Right here it says right here, while Levantines had a distinct bottleneck overlapping the 4.2 thousand years ago aridification event, deal with the desert, right? Watch this. Let's go down where it talks about, let me just Control F, J1, the introduction of J1 into this region. There we go. Let's read this. It says, in addition to local ancestry from the Epipaleolithic Neolithic people, we found an ancestry related to ancient Iranians that is ubiquitous today in all Middle Easterners. Previous studies showed that this ancestry was not, I want G-Con and Vocab to understand this. Previous studies, because he brought up, they're the Near East. Watch this. Previous studies showed that this ancestry was not present in the Levant during the Neolithic period but appeared in the Bronze Age, where less than 50% of the local ancestry was replaced by a population carrying ancient Iran-related ancestry.
That's very, my bad, go ahead.
What were you saying?
No, I was just about to say it's very interesting because Razib Khan said that he doesn't believe haplogroup J is, ancient Semitic or Afro-Asiatic because it has a Western Iranian origin. I can actually pull up that clip if you want, but yeah, that's very interesting how that kind of
Well,
correlates with that.
it gets better. It gets better. We explored whether this ancestry penetrated both the Levant and Arabia at the same time and found that admixture dates mostly followed a north to south climb, with the oldest admixture occurring in the Levant region between 3,300 and 5,900 years ago, following by admixture in Arabia to 2,000 to 3,500 years ago, and East Africa 2,100 to 3,300 years ago. These times overlap with the dates for the Bronze Age origin and spread of Semitic languages in the Middle East and East Africa, estimated from lexical data. This population, watch this, this population potentially introduced the Y chromosome haplogroup J1 into the region. Now, what population is this? Because I know a lot of people struggle with reading, right? Look at this. Check this out. This population right here. We found an ancestry related to ancient Iranians that is ubiquitous today in all Middle Easterners. So when you say, "Oh, they're from the Near East," yeah, the Near East is huge. The Near East includes the Southern Caucasus. It includes Egypt. It's huge. Just saying you for the Near East is not telling you anything. We're talking about the Levant. Let's keep reading. So J1 was brought in during the Bronze Age, like we've been teaching y'all, right? This is
People
what the
always
up-to-date
assume
scientists are saying. Go ahead, brother. What were you saying?
people always assume that the Middle East was nothing but Semitic people, but it's like after you start studying this, you start to realize it wasn't just Semitic people in the Middle East. That wasn't just the land of Shem. You had Indo-European populations. By the way, it said, can you go back up really quick where it said Iranians? I think we need to make sure that we let the people know that Iranians are not Semites, because this is something I argued with him about even on Clubhouse. This is how we actually met, me and you, Yeshu. So yeah, ancient Iranians are not they're not Semites. I can actually pull up a quick source that deals with that, but you can scroll to what you need, and I'll pull that up for the
Yeah,
Iranian.
I'm gonna finish this off. So that group is the one who brought in J1 into this region. So prior to this group, there was no J1 in this region, right? The majority of J1 haplogroup chromosomes in our dataset correlates around 5.6 thousand years ago, agreeing with a potential Bronze Age expansion. However, we did find rare earlier diverse lineages coalescing 17,000 years ago, and we know where they found that J1 marker at, right? Said the haplogroup common in Natufians E1B1B is also frequent in our data set, with most lineages correlating 8.3 thousand years ago, though we also found a rare deeply divergent Y chromosome which correlates 39,000 years ago. Common in the Natufians. These are the people groups that were dominating these regions prior to the introduction of J1, which is a Bronze Age Johnny come lately haplogroup in the region of the Levant. Right? And it gives you the migrations, whatnot, Semitic language dispersal. See, Iranian like ancestry in Semitic languages, right? It gives you that map. So what were you about to share, brother?
I got it right here. I'm sharing my screen.
All right.
So that people, because I actually debated LaRon, I think it was a long time ago, on the idea of Iranians. He was adamant about Iranians being Semites, something because of the Bible, even though the Bible never even says that. But anyways, just go on Google, and by the way, just push the references if you ever want to like do an in-depth reading of this. But Iranians or Iranic peoples are a diverse grouping of Indo-Europeans, peoples who are identified by using the Indo-European languages and other cultural similarities. Iranian peoples like Persians, the Kurdish, the Luri, and various other groups, all of these peoples are Indo-Europeans. These are not Semites. Ancient Iranian peoples would be like your Alans and your Medes and your Parthians, your Persians, your Sacs, your Samaritans, the Scythians, even the Scythians. These are all Chimerians. These are all Iranian peoples, Indo-Iranian peoples, and they're part of the Indo-European family. And here's just a map of the Indo-European family. All that blue you see is Iranian. And then, of course, you see the others. So when it says that there was an ancient Iranian gene flow into the Middle East, it's really an ancient Proto-Indo-European gene flow. And there actually were ancient Iranian empires in the Middle East. I'm just going to give you one quick example, but the Mitanni, type that in real quick. Oops, spelled that wrong. The Mitanni Empire. This was actually an Iranian empire in the Middle East, and it kind of fits with the DNA because let me just read it really quick. Let's go to origins. Well, actually, it says it right here. It says, while the Mitanni kings and other members of the royal family bore names of Indo-Aryan origin and invoked Indo-Aryan deities attested in the Rijaveda, they probably used the language of the local people, which was at the time a non-Indo-European language, Hurrian, because Hurrians is another group that was also in the ancient Near East, and they made up a good population of the Mitanni. And it says the sphere of influence, it says the sphere of influence is shown in the Hurrian place names, personal names, and the spread through Syria and the Levant of a descriptive pottery. And what did Yeshub just read about jade markers coming into the Levant and all that good stuff? But yeah, I just wanted to illustrate and show y'all that the Mitanni Empire, this was a Hurrian slash Indo-Iranian people. It says right here the names of the Mitanni aristocracy frequently are of Indo-Aryan origin, and their deities also show Indo-Aryan roots like Mitra and Indra and various other Indo-Aryan names. It says these Indo-Aryan deities are listed in 2 treaties between the Mitanni and the Hatti from Hattusa, and the kings invoked are Satraquaza of the Mitanni and the Supulami, the Hittite, and it goes deeper into that. So just to show you a map of where the Mitanni was situated, the Mitanni Empire was basically all of modern day Syria, southern Anatolia, and even parts of Iraq. So this was an Indo-Iranian or Aryan, some might say, and a Hurrian empire. So the Middle East wasn't just Semites. You had Indo-Aryans and Indo-Europeans and Iranians and people of that nature. I can also play that short clip of Razib Khan if you want, or we can just go back to the video.
Hold on, before you do that, I'm gonna let you do that. Hold on. I want to educate our viewers on what the Near East is because I see this mistake always made. The Near East doesn't mean Israel. That's not what the Near East means. All right, I want everybody to understand that. Please stop using the word Near East to mean Israel. So what is the Near East? This is from a book called Ancient Near Eastern History and Culture. It says here, what page are we on? Page 1. So this book is an introduction to the ancient history and culture circa 3500 to 300 BCE of an area that scholars of antiquity call the Near East. This large territory, so again, Near East is a large territory that encompasses a lot of areas, not just Israel. See, he said, oh, they come from the Near East. So to him, in his brain, in his mind, it automatically means they're Israelites. First of all, land allotment doesn't automatically mean you're anybody. It just means some people lived in those lands. And we just read that J1 actually supplanted and replaced the original inhabitants of that land. We just read that, right? In the Bronze Age. It says this large territory includes Asia Minor, Turkey, the Levant, Syria west of the Euphrates, Lebanon, Israel, and Jordan. So there's a lot of areas. It says here, Egypt, coastal areas of Arabia. So Egypt's in the Near East, coastal areas of Arabia, Mesopotamia, the valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers and the region between them, essentially modern-day Iraq and Syria, east of the Euphrates. In the Iranian plateau, it extends from the Asian and Mediterranean seas on the west of Afghanistan and Pakistan on the east, from the Black Sea, Caucasus Mountains, the Caspian Sea, and Turkmenistan on the north to the First Nile Cataract, Red Sea, Indian Ocean, Persian Gulf on the south. So it even encompasses the Caucasus Mountains. And we know J1 comes from the Caucasus. So when you say they have Middle Eastern DNA or Near Eastern DNA, from where is the question? What part of Near Eastern, the Near East do they derive from? And J1 derives from the Caucasus. So I just want that to be noted. All right, brother, go ahead and
All right, I'm gonna say this one quick thing and then go to the video, share my screen, and then I'm gonna reshare it. But Persians is a Western, Persians is a Western Iranian language belonging to the Iranian branch and of the Indo-Iranian subdivision of the Indo-European languages. So the Persian language and the Persian people, they are Indo-European. There's really nothing Semitic about Persians. They're Indo-European. Now I'm gonna just switch to the actual relevant video. All right. Actually, I put it in the link in the back channel, so you can click it on your end, you shoot, because it may not come out as clear on my end. So it's in the private chat, and you can just click it.
There are groups that make claims for E1B1A being a founding haplogroup among Semitic groups.
And this clip goes right along with what Yeshub read about
populations like
Jay.
J1 would the ancient Arabians and Syrians and the Israelites have had high percentages of E1B1A within their populations in antiquity?
Yeah, they did, but they also had J1. So this is my opinion. So take that for what it is. I think that J1 and J2 probably were not, and I'm going to say Afroasiatic because, you know, like the Egyptians spoke non-Semitic language, but it was Afroasiatic, like more closely related to that of the Amazigh people, the Berbers, right? So North Africa had a different branch before the Semitic whatever. So I'll say Afroasiatic, Semitic, and whatever the other groups like Tuareg and stuff. So it looks like the Natufians had it. It looks like there was a massive admixture between Western and Eastern Levant, Middle Eastern people, probably before 3000 BC, but after, let's say after like 8000 BC, somewhere like in prehistory, there was a genetic exchange. And the J's, J1, J2, seem to show up during that exchange in the Levant and the western part of the Middle East. I don't think Afroasiatic languages are from Western Iran, which is where they would come from. Therefore, I don't think. Also, like you find J2 and J's in Europe and in India, and obviously, and that's not due to Semitic migration, right? So they're ancient lineages that are in like the Indus Valley civilization and what. Excuse me. So I think E is probably more likely to be Afroasiatic, and they had high frequencies in Arabians, Syrians, and Israelites.
Okay. All right.
Love that clip. But yeah, Jay, Western Iranian or Iranian, like he said, and just like what Yeshub just read, these J markers, when they came into the Middle East, they had what? Ancient Iranian DNA. And Iranians are Indo-Europeans. And, you know, Hurrians had them too. They're Caucasians, though. But anyways, but yeah, everybody in the Middle East wasn't Semitic.
All right, and we provide the actual scientific data, empirical data, but they want to talk, you know, sugar, honey, iced tea to us. Like, get out of here. Just get in the ring. That's all y'all need to focus on. Just getting in the ring.
Yeah, it's summertime. Let's do it before school starts.
Let me find the video. Oh, here it is.
All right, so if you look at it, it says choice of surrogate populations. Now, this comes from Aaron, right? I'm gonna go up and let y'all look at this article, right? This is an NCBI article. This comes from Aaron Elhoff. Now, it says the missing link of Jewish European ancestry, contrasting the Rhineland and Khazarian hypothesis. And this is the one who is one of the guys who basically did the study, and he's a geneticist, but he made some errors. And a lot of the mainstream people who you see who are geneticists try to check him on his errors, but he didn't basically correct himself. And somebody, I got some noise on the background still. But if you look at here, I want to go right here where it says choice of surrogate populations. Now, I want to read this real quick because this is one of the errors that Aaron Earhart actually made. It says, as the ancient, like Vocab said, there in 700 AD is around the time when they start talking about Khazarians. But prior to that, if you look at the areas, Israelites would have been dispersed to those areas. Why? Because most of the empires absorbed each other once they came into play. And that was one of the areas that Israelites would have been scattered to, as well as other populations who were scattered during times of Babylon and the Syrian kings, or whatever case may be, and after that. So look what it says here. As the ancient Judeans and Khazars have been vanquished. Now, this is from his own abstract, his own writing. As the ancient Judeans and Khazars have been vanquished, and their remains have yet to be sequenced in accordance with previous studies. You can see he gives the sources here. So you can't say that a person that a person is a Khazarian based upon DNA. Why? Because you don't have any Khazarian DNA. It's been vanquished. Now, on the case of ancient Judeans,
that's no longer true. We do have Khazarian DNA
ancient
samples
Canaanite
now.
DNA, which lines up with Ashkenazi and other Jews.
This is supposed to be a 2020 video.
A recent paper that they came out with, to where
then we have those samples,
which goes way back
before this
around about 35 to 4,500 years ago, with in Lebanon and those areas. And so when you look at this paper, you can't say that a person is a Khazarian.
Pause it up. What were we saying, Bree?
No, I was saying this video supposed to come out 2020. Haven't we had those Khazar samples? So he's unaware that we've had Khazar samples, yet he's talking about DNA. I mean, I'm not saying that you should know about every DNA paper, but you kind of should know about some of these papers, right?
He should know the Khazarian ones because he's going against the Khazarian hypothesis.
Yeah, he should at least know those. Yeah, since he is against it.
And what's important about that is, so Vocab at the beginning of this introduced G-Con as being someone who's good on DNA to these people. So it's important to understand, like, he's being introduced as a credible source on DNA.
But yet we're the ones that don't know DNA. Okay.
Yikes. Yikes. G-Con a credible source on DNA? Damn.
Yeah, completely disagrees with papers like the one that says all Jews have sub-Saharan African DNA, but okay.
You went to those populations that are there today, and those populations that are there today is a bottleneck. Why? Because that area is the most, I want to say, the second diverse area, because of it's been overran through many of empires and many of wars. So that area, you can't say I'm going to go and test these people that are there today. They don't claim to be Khazarians. In your paperwork, you said you have no Khazarian DNA has been vanquished. So you can't say that these people are Khazarians based upon that alone, genetically. And the Khazarian theory is something that has been mainstream scientists, and they do not hold that. They don't go by that. Why? Because it holds no weight, and the majority of people are against Aaron Earhart and his work that are scholars that's been in this field and that has come together and said that his work is not credible. He took his methodology is based upon his opinion rather than what the actual paperwork and also studies are saying as geneticists. So I disagree with the Khazarian theory hypothesis based upon his own work here, as you see, of how he chose his methodology of going about to sequence populations that are modeled there today, but you don't have no Khazarian DNA at all to even sequence that because it's been vanquished.
Yeah, I think a good book to get is Kevin Allen Brooks' second edition of The Jews of Khazaria. It's an academic book, so I'm not talking about the first edition because the first edition was like 1975, and I don't think he was able to really have DNA evidence in there. But this edition I'm talking about is 2006, and he concludes that you don't have a situation where you got essentially the progenitors of Ashkenazi Jews being Khazarian, and genetics is part of the reasoning for his conclusion there. And people refer to the 13th tribe by Arthur Kessler, and I think was the one Shlomo Hines or Sand inventing the Jewish people, and they'll kind of just put it out there as if that does it, but they usually don't understand a lot of the issues related to it. And so on a historical and now genetic level, really those have been discounted as far as the way they've been presented. It's one thing to say, okay, here's this little kind of drop in a bucket. It's another to say all Jews are this, because this would only, first of all, explain Ashkenazi Jews, not all Jews, but they try to use it as, well, all these Jews are just, and so, but also, there's not enough information, evidence that you have this total replacement. It's like a ridiculous thing. Like they converted, they came in, and then, the Jews taught them how to be Jewish, and then all of a sudden the Khazarians, what did they do? Did they kill them all? Like where did they go? Because they're converting into something. And another funny thing about this hypothesis, when the one Westerners present it, they're like presenting this, the Khazarians, that's what the Jews are. You'll hear them call them that. oh, so you're telling me that your supposed ancestors believed in conversion then? Because they have this whole massive Gentile kingdom coming on in, teaching them how to do the do. You see what I'm saying? They use their information in isolation. Like, do you realize when you say that you're telling me that your ancestors believed in conversion? Which the small reality to Khazarian conversion, however large it was, does actually show that. And so it's actually, the theory ends up being evidence against some of the Hebrews' very position, those who are sort of the anti-conversion type, right? And so it's a very interesting thing. There's a lot more to get into it, but on a historical and scientific level, it's not a credible thing as far as a replacement theory. To say something happened and there's a small percentage left, I think that's true enough. And I think most of the data looks like you might have around 3% where you have still basically present within Ashkenazi population. So a very small thing. But so, it's a very interesting thing. So, what are kind of the quote original Jews? Well, you don't have this one-to-one correlation because these aren't what are called founders populations where there's basically been zero intermarriage. It's minimal. But it looks like, they're people from the Levant who themselves were a mixed bag. And as they go out throughout the world over 2 millennia, they have intermarriage and converts. So it's not going to be a one-to-one correlation anyway. And that's why you find Jews spread out all over who end up looking different than they would have looked in the first century. The closest kind of rough analog we have to what Jews from the first century look like, and this is based upon things like artwork and even skulls and skeletons that have been found in Galilee, would be the Baghdadi Jews. And if somebody wants to see that, look up Jews of Iraq or Iraqi Jews. Now there's only 4 left, is my understanding, left in Iraq because of persecution and all kinds of horrible things. So now they're spread throughout the world, and there's something called Baghdadi Jews, but they don't actually live in Baghdad anymore. But you look at that population, and the consensus is that's the closest to what perhaps first century Jews, as far as if a person's concerned really with looks, would have looked like, because it's highly unlikely that most, like for example, Ashkenazis would represent sort of the look of a first century Jew. I think that's pretty well established. If we're just doing, because the look thing is very superficial ultimately, because it's only a small expression of the underlying DNA. It's a very, very small kind of superficial thing, and it's silly to base it upon, especially when a lot of Hebrew Israelites believe that they're intermixing with these African populations, but a lot of them don't think they're African. Well, so it shows the look's not really even important anyway, because you're saying someone can like look so similar that you kind of forgot you were them and are intermixed, you know what I'm saying? But you're not them because of a vibration that they give or something like that. And these guys will actually say, Africans move different than us, and really odd stuff like that. But it's quite a bizarre thing. So the thing is, we're not obsessed with this. But the thing is, because they go here, we have to end up talking about it, and it does lead to some interesting avenues. But that's kind of final thing I'll say. You said you had a caller or something, unless you want to say something. Was that
Well, I did have a caller, but he seems to be having connection problems or something because he's sitting in here not connected. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, all right.
Yeah. Chiming in with what your brothers are saying, so good. We have Rahab coming from the Canaanites into the Israelite lineage. We have Moses marrying a Cushite and Joseph marrying an Egyptian. And all of these represent major people groups converting into Israel just in that time. So what you guys are saying, when they're coming into European lands, the women would be fair game, right, if they converted, and that would be part of their culture. So I don't get why that's such a hang up, but I know that has to fit into their way of thinking. But maybe, brothers, you can answer this for me. How do they deal with it just in the things we already know? Let's say like with Moses and Zipporah, you take the DNA of that child. That's not going to be pure Israelite. That's going to represent part of that Cushite land and part of the Israelite, like exactly like as if they go to Europe, right? Dispersed among those people. I mean, how do they answer this when we see it in the Bible already happening?
You trying to say something? You muted?
Yeah, because when you look at Jeremiah 29, right? Jeremiah 29, it says here, let's go to verse 6. It says, let's look at verse 4. It says, Jeremiah 29, verse 4. Thus said the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, unto all that are carried away captives, whom I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem unto Babylon. Build ye houses, and dwell in them, and plant gardens, and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives, and begot sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that ye may be increased there and not diminished. So, because of the Israelites was under strict, they was under the law of Moses, they broke the law of Moses. When you read the Old Testament, it talks about how they're going to watch their children given to people and their wives given to people. The Israelites will take on, and what we see in the DNA, they took on foreign wives. And when they took on foreign wives, those foreign wives that you see is what we see on the maternal side. And that's why they begin to look at the people that are on their, like for instance, when we look at kosher Jews, I got an abstract from kosher Jews, which is a form of small and unique community on the Malabar coast in Southwest India. Those Jews look just like the people that's of England, but they are Jews that say they came up out of the diaspora, the first temple. They stayed there. They never experienced a 70 AD. They stayed there. Matter of fact, what's interesting is because when 1948 took place, guess when they started coming back? When that prophecy took place. And most people say, well, 1948 is not a prophecy or whatever case may be, from whether it's Black Hebrew Israelites, Christians, someone believe that. And that's cool. I don't hold them for that. But when you read Zechariah 14, when Christ comes back to the land in Zechariah 14, somebody is in that land that he's gathering people all against Jerusalem to fight there. And he says that he will come and save them. Who's in that land? And if you want to talk about politics or whatever case may be, what happened with the 1948 thing, politicking was happening with God when it happened with Cyrus. When you read the Cyrus cylinder, Israel was not the only people that God, Cyrus told that they can go back and build their temple. He told the people of Babylon that they can build their temple unto Marduk, which is a false god. So, I'm sorry.
So, hey, G-Con, have you ever heard of this Native Americans were like speaking Hebrew and free contact thing? This is one of the trolls that was on my show after Joe left, like going off hard, and I actually hoped he would come back on here. I think he's like a Mormon or something. I don't know, but he was giving me links to these books from like 1830 written by like Barbara Ann something. So like, yeah, could you like address that? Because I don't even really know what he's talking about or how to answer his question.
Did you want to address that, Vocab, or did you want me to?
Yeah, well, we talk a little bit about it. Maybe you say
it looks like Vocab wants to say something.
Well, so you notice, so we're discussing genetics, especially as it relates to people, not just, but a lot on the African continent. Now, G-Con just mentioned the Indian Jews. I mentioned them earlier. I just said the Jews in India. I couldn't remember. I just talked about them. So we're saying the same thing about that right there. But now we're talking about linguistic similarities, and it's with Native Americans, right? And so what you had happening is a few things.
So now we're talking about language. So I'm going to leave it there for the moment, family. But I promise you, this will get revisited by the Gap Gang on a thorough review. I'm definitely going to seek out G-Con and Vocab for a conversation about genetics and try to squash all this nonsense and really paint the full picture. So this false, I'm really getting stuck on this false dichotomy, family. I'm not going to lie to you. Vocab, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm feeling some kind of way about the false dichotomy because you're too smart to keep painting it. You know too much, and you know too many people who know enough to know that this false dichotomy is a false dichotomy. So I appreciate y'all for tuning in. I appreciate y'all for going through this catharsis with me because I'm definitely getting some stuff out of my system, trying to figure this stuff out. And because I got this, I still got it irking in my spirit. I got maybe 1 or 2 more of these in me. I can feel it. Trying to get to the bottom of some stuff and just really just appreciate y'all for coming through. And with that, I say peace.
And you finally got through it. And it only took 4 hours.
Full off that Japanese meal, fam.
Hold on real quick. I want to leave with this verse here. This is the J1 markers are always a part of the Israelite community. And this is why I will say this.
Yeah, I agree.
This is Judges 1. And we're gonna just go straight to the point. I'm not gonna read the whole chapter. Right here it says the people who were not driven out by the Israelites. The tribe of Manasseh did not drive out the people living in the cities of Beth Shan, Tanach, Dor, Ebelim, Megiddo. We know J was there, right? Haplogroup J. In the nearby towns, the Canaanites continued to live there. When the Israelites became stronger, they forced the Canaanites to work for them, but still they did not drive them all out. So they did not kill these Canaanites off. They were still there. It says the tribe of Ephraim did not drive out the Canaanites living in the city of Gezer, and the Canaanites continued to live there with them. The tribe of Zebulun did not drive out the people in the cities of Kitron and Nahalal, and so the Canaanites continued to live there with them and were forced to work for them. The tribe of Asher did not drive out the people living in the cities of Akko, Sidon, and we know JP58 was in Sidon. Alab, Akzib, Helbai, Afek, and Rehob. The people of Asher lived with the local Canaanites since they had not been driven out. Okay, so again, these Canaanites, we all know through prior episodes, we brought the scientific articles would have had J1, right, or a J marker. The tribe of Naphtali did not drive the people out, the people living in the cities of Beth Shemesh and Bethanath. The people of Naphtali lived with local Canaanites, but forced them to work for them. The Amorites, the people of the tribe of Dan, the Amorites forced the people of the tribe of Dan into the hill country and did not let them come down to the plain. The Amorites continued to live at Ajalon, Shalbim, in Mount Harris. Shout out to Chris Harris. But the tribe of Ephraim and Manasseh kept them under their rule and forced them to work for them. North of Selah, the Edomite border ran through the Akrabim Pass. But my point of bringing this out is we know the Canaanites had the J component amongst them via the Hurrians, via people from the Caucasus, and these people were amongst the Israelite people. So yes, J1, the J markers would be a part of the initial Israelite cluster.
So correct me if I'm wrong, right? But so the scrolls talk about there being like an Egyptian presence amongst the Israelites based upon the mixed multitude. And you're talking about this Canaanite presence amongst the Israelites, right? So we should expect it at least maybe haplogroups from at least 3 different groups amongst the Israelites, right?
Facts.
Yes.
So when y'all were breaking down that Kohanim study earlier, what was it saying about the haplogroups now? That they're amongst 3 major ones?
Yeah, J, E, and R.
Oh, snap, son.
Yeah, man, the Israelites will be of a hodgepodge even at that time. And like the Bible doesn't shy away for this. It actually tells you this. And that's what the genetics point towards as well. So when y'all come across people with J markers, you're like, oh, y'all have nothing to do with Israelites. Actually, they do. You understand? And we got the history to back it. We have the DNA to back it. Any closing statements before we get out of here, man?
I keep talking about the E&J block party, fam.
The E&J block party. Straight cognac. Avery?
No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Yep.
All right, we out here, man. Japanese meals. You can cook in front of your family like a Japanese meal. All right, we're gonna end it off with my brother's song. Hold on. This one, yeah, this is it right here.
I like the way this feel. Yeah. Let my soul cry. Yeah.
You gotta spit up, man.
We're gonna speak from the heart on this one. Hey. I'm performing lyrical funerals, no obituary. I killed your boy and brought him back to life. Pet cemetery. My anointing not based on the tenders at a seminary. Scarlet witches, they attracted to the visionary. Everywhere I go, I bring the word with me, missionary. Soldier drafted in the war machine, military. Pay attention, what I'm saying to you, legendary. You got the demeanor of a front desk secretary. That means you take the calls, but you don't make the calls. That's why you hate, cause ain't nothing fake about me at all. Now I dare you try to say that with a straight face. My delivery in tip-top great shape. I'm too advanced for you, light years, space age. No evolution for you cavemen, stone age. I'm a thoroughbred, rock solid. I came from the bottom to the top, rock climbing. I grew up in the hood, pros and cons. That's that full court pressure when the amulet roll out that stretcher. Why can't you see it's not logical and you live diabolical? Boy, your point of view smaller than the hair follicle molecule. This for all of them that follow you, smoking all of them barbecue. When I pull up, your voice don't correct itself with no auto-tune. I got a whole nother level that I can enter whenever I gotta deal with the devil. I pick a whole nother method. I hear a whole lot of yapping. They want to see my reaction. Really out here in the community making it happen. I don't really think they understand the dilemma. They ain't looking at the man in the mirror. Can't say it any clearer. The plan is very simple. It's time to start playing in the temple. Before somebody come and put the can on the temple. Reaching like a baby with his hand for the nipple. The Grand Reaper coming with his hand on the sickle. In the van coming with a ram with the van coming get him. I am so glad that I changed up. Made it out of where I came from. Watch for the slide and the hook of the slow ball, fastball, and they change up. That ghetto lifestyle, it changed us. Go back to visit, it ain't changed much. Only difference is now the way that my brain process information. And Satan, been after my license day one. Let me say something. Only reason that I'm still alive today because God's grace is amazing. Just another raisin in the sun. Dream deferred when things occur. Now you get served right on the curb like a lemonade stand. I just gave you the benediction, let the whole church say amen.